Good morning, colleagues and friends. I'm happy to welcome all of you at our online event, International Financial Congress. It's still an exciting platform with a lot of insightful debates, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to a session that will focus on one of the key areas related to financial markets, that is improving the level of satisfaction for our consumers and creating new instruments to boost the value of financial products. My name is Mikhail Mamut. I represent the Bank of Russia, and I'd like to introduce my colleagues. With the panelists, Maria-Lucie is online with us. He's the chairman of FinConnect, that's an association of financial regulators, first of all, central banks from many countries of the world, including from Russia, the EU, North America, and South America, Australia, and many other countries. Maria-Lucie is a renowned international expert. She's the chairman of FinConnect, and she also works at the Central Bank of Portugal. She's my counterpart. She protects the interests of consumers in the Portuguese market, and we as members of FinConnect have been actively engaging in developing new instruments to protect the rights of consumers. So her opinion, her insights will be very much appreciated. Now, Andrei Zorin from financial corporation Открытие. He will represent the opinion of one of the biggest financial corporations in Russia, and Mr. Zablatsky, who represents one of the two self-regulatory organizations in the Russian market. So the opinion of an SRO will be extremely important to understand how we move forward in shaping the product lifecycle management. How do we build dialogue between SROs, between central banks and commercial banks? Now, just in a nutshell, over the past 2 years, investor protection rights, consumer protection rights have featured prominently on the agenda of the central bank. We understand that the fast-paced development of the market, complex developments, bring a lot of new opportunities for the consumers, because they make the provision of financial services faster thanks to digitalization, and there is greater diversity. There is a broader product suite, and fees and prices are down because there is more competition out there, but it also carries some risks and challenges. First and foremost, in terms of the value of financial products and services. So all of the tools that we've actually introduced in our behavioral regulation and surveillance have proven efficiency both internationally and domestically. However, there is one caveat, one constraint that we've all been facing. We mostly act in a retrospectively, retrospectively. But the financial markets are developing really fast, and this is why we'll always be lagging behind. This is why, in the past couple of years, there's a new notion, a new concept, called product governance, or life cycle management. And a key role is played by the due diligence of the product. We need to analyze the target audience, the value of this product, and we also need to be aware of the tools of how we're going to make sure it's efficient, what do we do to promote it, what is marketing or advertising options. Again, the issue of value is linked with confidence, trust, and also with the long-term nature of the relationship between a consumer and a financial institution. This is quite a new venue for Russia. This is why I'd like to start with getting to know what's happening out there on the international scene. I'd like to give the floor to Maria-Lucie. It's my pleasure. I'd like to ask her two questions. First, What do you, as the chairman of FinConnect, think about the prospects of product governance and the pace of its implementation around the world? And my second question is about your role in the Central Bank of Portugal. What has been already introduced in the Portuguese markets in terms of product governance? What would you recommend Russia to do? Because we're just making our first steps in this area. Thank you. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Mikhail Mahmoud. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this gathering, in this panel. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to discuss this topic with you. Let me start, and your colleagues, let me start by acknowledging that this topic is a very timely topic. Product governance, I would say, is, and you already mentioned it, is more important than ever. We all acknowledge that it's very important for regulators, for supervisors, for the financial industry to take into consideration the consumer's needs, the consumer's features, the consumer's objectives. And I was saying that this is more important than ever because also of COVID-19 impact on the very fast pace of digitalization and financial transformation. We know that consumers are facing new challenges now, and we know also from quite a long time that disclosure of information is important, but it's not a panacea, it's not enough. And as you said, after the 2007 and 2008 financial crisis, regulation of banking products, of financial services, acknowledge the importance of a new set of rules, of new set of principles to be implemented, and acknowledging that the importance of considering the symmetry of information, which the diversity of products, the growing complexity of products as being brought to the banking market, to the financial markets. And also we have been taking into consideration regulators, supervisors, all the information and the knowledge brought by behavioral economics. And we also know that consumers, they tend to be biases, behavioral biases, and digitalization. We also know that exacerbates behavioral biases. And that's why a new set of principles and rules, as I said, have been being brought to the banking market, to the financial markets. And as you said, FinConnect is taking a very close action, and FinConnect, as you know, is to discuss the approaches being adopted at the international level by the different jurisdictions, try to learn from the experience of all the different colleagues all around the world from the different continents. Although FinConnect acknowledge, and I would emphasize, there is no one size fits all, we know that we can learn from each other quite a lot. And we know that there is a trend, there is a consensus, and the consensus is that there is a need to act very fast to protect consumers, to implement guidance, to implement some important legislation, if need be, on product governance. FinConnect has been devoted quite a lot of work on consumer credit, on payment services, on advertisement, on the importance of having a close look on advertisement, and I would emphasize and acknowledge the important role of Central Bank of Russia on the work of a standing committee who recently published a report on advertisement. But FinConnect also acknowledged the importance of assessing and having a more broader analysis of product governance all around the different continents. And in 2018, FinConnect launched a specific study committee to address this topic. And since then, a lot of work has been done, and I can anticipate that the report from FinConnect on product governance and culture will be published, I hope, shortly. And as I said, this emphasizes the importance of having a set of rules, but also a set of principles. The importance of having these institutions considering that consumers should be the focus of their business. To have institutions adopting a consumers focus approach, I would say that consumers first, that's very important. And for that, institution should take into consideration the needs and features, and they should define which kind of product is adequate, is suitable to a specific target market. And this is very important when institutions, they decide to create a new product. They decide to amend significantly a product already in the market. When they want to decide, or they need to decide on distribution of a specific product, there is a need to have internal procedures at the institution, to have the top management involved on assessing if that product is adequate, is suitable to that target market. Those principles are very, very important to be considered at the heart of the institution. And we all know that when protecting consumers, we are preventing mis-selling, and then we are also reducing prudential risks, and we are increasing financial stability. And I think this is very important to be considered. And the definition of target market for a specific product is not the same as considering a specific target market good for marketing, for selling that specific product. We may have some conflicts of interest in a short term, but not on a medium-term perspective. And all these topics will be addressed in the report from FinConnect. You will be able to share and to discuss, as I said, very shortly. This report also mentioned, and I'd like to mention now the experience at the Central Bank of Portugal. This report also mentioned that at European level, we have in place since the beginning of 2016, the product oversight guidelines, product oversight and governance guidelines. And Bank of Portugal has been involved in the drafting, in the approval of these guidelines at European Banking Authority level. We have, as you know, a very comprehensive set of rules, principles applying according to different kind of banking products, financial products, but we have also adopted these product oversight, product oversight and governance guidelines. We used to say POG guidelines in Portugal, and we have been working with institutions to adopt these guidelines. And some of the principles of those guidelines were embedded, were decided to be embedded. They are now in our banking code. And I would emphasize that one important decision was to give the Bank of Portugal the power of intervention. Because these principles to define the target market, to test the target market for a product, and to assess the suitability are very important principles. But there's a need for the supervisory authority also to assess at any time if that's that principle is being applied. And the Bank of Portugal has enforcement powers, sanctioning powers, and we have the power to intervene, to ask the institution to amend the product, and we can also ban a product. These are, I think, very important principles that we apply, and obviously some of them were adopted after the adoption at European level of this product oversight and product guidelines, product oversight and governance guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria-Lucia. Thanks a lot for your enthusiasm, as usual, a very proactive kind of speech. And we really wish you all the best in this important work. especially taking into consideration that the Central Bank of Russia is part of this guideline development stream. Thanks a lot. Coming back to the Russian market, and I will definitely address you some questions in the following discussion, but now I would like to come back to Russian market situation and ask my colleagues on some things regarding this. Ну вот, коллеги, мы, в принципе, услышали...
So, colleagues, we've now heard a comprehensive overview, a brief but comprehensive overview as to the priorities of product governance and what is happening internationally. As you can see, the leaders are the countries with developed financial markets. It might seem, it might seem that usually you've got more problems in emerging economies, but it's not like this. No, it's a myth. It's developed nations that put more focus on product governance. Why? One of the key answers is that long-term care about consumers is the cornerstone for developed markets, because they have adopted a more long-term relationship, and Russia cannot stand aside. We need to join these activities. We need to work together with FinConnect, and we also need to introduce some of the principles and the guidance on product governance, definitely take into account the realities of the Russian market. In this regard, we need to focus on the key financial groups, because they are the market makers, they are the trendsetters, and the entire market would follow. And again, they also kind of set the tone or set the impressions that the consumers would have of the markets. And now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of Financial Corporation at Kritia. So what are you doing in this area? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to take part in the Congress and for the opportunity to share our concerns and to share some of the achievements we've had in product governance.
Существующей сегодня на российском финансовом рынке острой конкуренции.
Today we're seeing tight competition in the Russian market, and just like any other participants, we are pushing to increase the loyalty of our consumers. That's what Mikhail said. Definitely, securing loyalty from our customers is one of the key priorities for us. Definitely, we've been studying the best practices of product governance. We've been trying to introduce all the best practices that we feel are extremely important and suitable, and we really anticipate the report that Marie-Lucille has announced, and we will study it carefully, and we will try to pick out the best, the best gems from it, take the best from the practices of the developed countries, and try to translate it to the Russian market, try to incorporate it into our practices. Now, in terms of product governance, we'd like to make sure that our customers understand more about our products, to exclude or to reduce to a minimum the number of mis-selling or mis-buying when consumers buy something which is not suitable for them. We try to mitigate any malpractices and reducing systemic risks in our operations. And one of the key targets is to improve the level of satisfaction for our customers. And it's not a new thing. All of the bona fide participants of the financial markets that are here for the long term abide by these principles. These market participants are not after some fast bucks, after some fast cash. They are after loyalty. And I guess everyone is doing the same.
практиках
I'd like to share some of our product governance practices that we employ
сегодня в группе
at
открытия,
Открытие.
удалось реализовать уже к настоящему моменту и над чем
Here's what we've managed to achieve, and here's what we're still working on. In line with MiFID recommendations, we split product governance into two major areas: product origination
маркетинг и
and marketing and distribution.
при создании
These are the two areas. At product origination,
проводим до
we
разработки продукта целый комплекс
do a host of activities to identify the target customer,
выявлению того, кому в первую очередь
identifying those
будет интересен.
who would be interested in this product in the first place.
При этом на всех стадиях
At every stage of product development, we do our best,
наверное, у нас в большинстве случаев
and in most cases we are successful in this.
fit for purpose.
We follow the fit-for-purpose principle.
Взаимодействие с клиентом
And when we interact with the customer,
задаем, как правило, некоторые дополнительные вопросы,
we usually ask some additional questions that help us to narrow down
которые наиболее для такого.
the list of potential products for a specific customer.
Одним важным
Now, another important aspect
для создания успешного продукта по нашему
in creating a successful product
использованию сценарного
is using the so-called scenario analysis.
отметить, что помимо проведения такого анализа
Now, apart from conducting this scenario analysis at product origination, we are now also considering disclosing the results of such analysis.
в виде этих результатов
We
непосредственно
would like to visualize the results of this analysis as part of the
коротко скажу,
so-called
которым
product passport or product description.
продуктов в первую
Now,
очередь
in the second block,
к настоящему
marketing and
моменту мы
distribution,
уже реализовали,
as of today, we've implemented
внедрили этические принципы продаж,
our ethical sales principles.
обеспечили и
We've ensured the identical approach
каналах.
across the board, across all the sales
На
channels.
постоянной основе мы получаем
So we have these sales consistency, and we also get feedback on a regular basis from our sales. Developers, product developers get feedback
того, соответствует ли тот.
on whether this particular product fits the expectations of the customers.
И
Also,
это было одной из последних важных.
and that was one of the key recommendations by the Central Bank of Russia,
Уже полностью внедрен.
some of our branches, some of our subsidiaries have introduced, some are introducing the end-to-end responsibility framework in terms of sales.
Говоря о best practice, о лучших
Now,
практиках,
talking of the best practices that are currently under
хотелось бы отметить
consideration at Открытие,
анализа результатов продаж по
we do
классификациям групп.
ex-post analyses of sales across different segments to identify any deviations in sales from our targets, from our benchmarks.
На наш взгляд, это достаточно важно.
We believe this is a very important tool.
Отклонений служит
Identifying these deviations
того, что либо
would be a strong signal. Either we have
определение целевого
miscalculated and have misidentified our target audience, or maybe there's something wrong about
Кроме того,
disclosure of the product characteristics.
инструментов инвестиционного консультирования
Investment consulting products are also a hot topic,
востребовано в сегменте состоятельных клиентов.
and it's mostly high net worth individuals that use this product,
Наших клиентов и
use our advisory
состоятельными
services, but there are a lot of customers who trade on their own and not always successful.
важным
And we believe it is important to use
донести до
these examples, these case studies, to
консультирования,
make sure these customers understand the pros of investment consulting, of advisory services that would help them
повысить доходность
at the same risk level to boost the profitability of their investment, well, they would have to, pay a little bit more for investment consulting, but the ultimate return would cover those expenses too.
We also believe that this is important
в работе вот в этом направлении
in this area to avoid missailing and any imposition of services. Another area where we are focusing on would be internal control and internal audit, which on top of the classical functions of IC and IA would be able to also monitor rules of sale and also the implementation of our ethical rules of selling. However, separately, I would like to touch upon a very important subject, which is to improve the passport of our products. In recent times, the Bank of Russia, together with the market players, made a breakthrough and really had introduced broadly a practice of issuing a passport of an investment product. And this is a kit which is more or less small in size. This is a document which maybe is 3 or 4 pages long, even for very complex investment products, but it describes the basic fundamental rules of the use of such a product. So we have this requirement of disclosing information to the participants in a transaction, but there's something that remains to be done. We need the client not only to go quickly through such information or document, which we can observe now, and also while reading the document, the client may not grasp the idea of what is written in that document. But now we want, based on the analysis of the feedback and information that we had on the passports of ourselves and of other market players. So based on that analysis, we now may conclude that the bulk of this information, or most of that information, has no real meaning behind it and would not help the client to understand the risks of a product, and the volume of such information would probably even distract your attention from trying to understand the very essence of a product. We see that many investors really don't reach the last page of the document, and even if they do read the document in full, they don't really understand what that document is about and what is the very nature and the risks of the product. I understand we don't have much time, but just briefly about some examples. For example, we do not understand the usefulness of information in that passport, that this is the passport that is designed to inform the client about the structure of costs and about the main parameters of the product, while later on you more or less describe that in more detail. This is a sentence which only takes kind of like space in the document, but carries no substantive information really. We also think that it is not necessary to include a lot of disclaimers in the document, that this is not an investment recommendation, this is not an advertisement, that this document may be difficult to grasp, or that, for example, before investing in a product, you need to really go through the information which is available from this document. We think that this is something not necessary in that document, which would not really help the client to take a proper decision. Or another ridiculous thing, and here I want to mention that many of those passports really contain a formula for the calculation of the possible return, which is totally incomprehensible for amateurs, and even for professionals. They still need some time to understand the principles and the outcome of the calculation under such a formula. A description of the characteristics of the product would take maybe a page in such a passport. Nobody is going to read the full page of the characteristics of the product. While it contains the full specs of the product, which the investors, if so much desired, can be accessed by the investor. Of course, I can go on and on about this document, its deficiencies, but let me finish by saying that really a document which is really desired by the clients would be a one-page document, no more. Because even the second page, as we observed and know, clients would not be so much willing to read. So this one-page document should contain only very basic and essential information that should be kind of like presented in a very accessible and understandable form. Now, examples of such one-page documents.
Значит, сразу скажу, да.
Well, by the way, let me just say right away, because of the, you know, the technicalities, we were not able to produce it in kind of like a paper form, which is actually a much better option because people, when they are reading a paper document, they more or less are more perceptive to the contents of such a document. And now we are only offering this in electronic form. Andreas, unfortunately, we are running out of time. Please be concise and let me finish with just a little sentence that this document is very accessible, understandable and readable, and in the right-hand side you have the most important information to the client, the possible return that you can get on the instrument, and about the potential losses that you can carry when you exit the instrument. We think that it is such a format of presentation of the passport of product that makes it very probable to not to become a very formalistic document that, you know, participants in the market produce just for the sake of meeting the requirements, but rather it would be a document that would kind of like help clients to buy into a product. And by the way, I would here ask Vasily, who is present here, to maybe organize at the platform of the National Payment Association a workshop to improve the approaches to the to such documents and perhaps think somehow to improve those. Thank you. Let's go back to our timing there, because of course we need to exchange some information. We need to get some feedback on the some very relevant issues, and we are very short in time. But I heard your personal pain, if you like, and your interest to really fight for the interest of the clients, and I can only welcome that. Like I said, it is important for a normal, civilized market to have the primacy of the buyers over the interests of the sellers. Unfortunately, we do receive many complaints that it is quite the opposite situation, that say people come to the Bank of Russia and we see that it was simply imposed a product which was harmful even to such a client, and the client was not able to understand what that investment product was about and was not able to really service that product. But that was the quite the opposite model of the interest of the seller to be above the interest of the buyer. So we will be following how a critic group is going to be really protecting the interests of the clients, and we hope that our joint movement towards more client focus would really produce more benefits and soon. Before giving the floor to our next speaker, let me remind to our audience that you have the chance to ask your questions to any participants in this session through the website of the IFC using a special form to make such questions. But let's make a little poll and survey about the product governance. We more or less believe that an institution would be responsible for testing consumer risks before a product is sold, that is, to try to test its usefulness and the risks. And I would ask you to make a choice as to who primarily, not exclusively, but primarily should be responsible for such a preliminary assessment of consumer risks of a new financial product. Four options: the financial institution itself, the SRO, the Bank of Russia as the regulator, or all of the above. Please continue to vote. This is voting which is going on in the background, but then we will be able to see the results. Vasily Zablutsky, like I said, the director of one of the two SROs, self-regulating organizations in our market, cannot stay impersonal here and away from this discussion, because SROs are very important in our markets, maybe of principled importance, to ensure the balance of interest between the market and the consumer. Vasily, what is your opinion about the product governance in general? And what would be the function of SROs when we come to manage and govern the life cycle of a product in Russia? Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, dear audience and participants. Of course, SROs are very important for the financial markets of Russia, and indeed they are a mediator or an intermediary or a balance between the regulation, the Bank of Russia, and our participants, including in the protection of the rights of investors. Andrei actually mentioned many things as to what they have to comply with in terms of protecting the interests of the consumers, and including our recommendations, which is a pleasing factor. We do provide such recommendations as an SRO. We also developed a standard for the communication to the consumers. Also, Andrei more or less mentioned those information documents and passports, and if possible, of course, we would follow the advice from Andrei and organize a workshop as to how to improve those documents. In terms of our preliminary or preventive measures, you know, the ethical code that was adopted by the association, which has been in force for 2 years now. We would like to actually expand the coverage of that code to include both sales and communication and contacts with the consumer. It is mandatory for all our members. We recently launched a register of analysts, also a big part of the financial market, which is very important, so that it is important, and not only in terms of sales, but also sometimes people are deceived by the unknown analysts of whether to sell or to buy into a product. This is another separate layer of problems that we need to be talking about. We also are testing the products. We have the program of monitoring and tracing, also in cooperation with the Bank of Russia. This function was actually mandated over to us. We are certifying various products to check their compatibility with the functionality and the standards. We already have some of the revoked certificates for the various players. And of course, we are also developing within the framework of the Investment Council, which is a young institution, but very important to really separate investment consulting from mere marketing and advertisements and, you know, some mere analytics, something that we're working with the banks. And also we are working on the testing basic standards, and we think that this testing would be coming into force in a very difficult time. This is going to be a very live document, a live product. We agreed with the Bank of Russia that this is a standard that we are going to approve, but within the next 6 months we may complement that product with the new tools, with the new questions or aspects of testing. Indeed, this is a big and significant project. Whether to introduce product governance or not, and whether we are ready to participate in that. Yes, to both questions. And of course, we are open to cooperate with our investors in a very detailed manner. And of course, the players want the client to stay and not to go away, because this is the greatest disappointment of the investors. And of course, our members do not like any bans or restrictions of the Bank of Russia on the sales of certain products. Of course, this is driven by the competition in the market, but members and market players always want to do it by themselves. But of course, the involvement of the Bank of Russia is very important, because some bans and restrictions are made post factum, but we need to be doing that ex ante, and we then would be able to work smoothly in the market. We also think that in terms of the whole story that we are discussing today, I would rather take a broader look and introduce a new term of supervisory or supervision ecosystem. This might be really an ecosystem or a system of policies and measures that would not only cover the product, but this is also about the supply, advertising, development of products, many nuances that are important for the interaction between a market player and financial market player and the investor, because the financial market is very difficult for an ordinary person to come in and buy a product without knowing anything. And there are many aspects of that. First, we need to have quite high speed in testing a product. Of course, no kind of like player would like to have some delays in the deployment of a product, so time is of essence there. And of course, the second thing that our participants want to have would be a professional test of their products. Of course, the developers of products in banks do have good qualifications, but who is going to test those products? That is the important question. So the professionalism of those testers should be very high. And also informational security, IT security. I think that information about such products should not be accessible to competitors, but should not be really leaving a team that is going to test such a product. That is very important. We would expect the Bank of Russia to produce principles of testing. And the testing itself and the certification of products could be handled by the SRO, and we are ready for that. And we also want this ecosystem, which is done in cooperation between the players, the Bank of Russia and the SRO, to be really effective so that we can build long-term relationships with our investors. Thank you, Vasily, for this very concise but very integral and holistic presentation, where you presented not only the present situation but also your vision of the future and the role of product governance. And by the way, it would be good for the Bank of Russia. Well, I mean, we always are saying that we are punishing those who are mis-selling. But we probably, well, mis-selling is not to make money, but we may also want to provide some good encouragement to those who are good faith in the market. Well, I mean, a happy client is probably your best encouragement, and and your long-term income and the return of a good and happy client would be your benefit and your encouragement of being a good faith. Now, regarding this supervision-based ecosystem, when a few years back we were more or less thinking about a behavior supervision, we were thinking about 3 tiers of such supervision, and the very institution itself, in all the institutions, they have the internal control and audit services. This is a must. The next tier would be the SRO, and the third tier would be the regulator. And it is exactly such a system that we are trying to build. We have not used this term of an ecosystem yet, I would say. Well, this may be the cherry on top of a cake, and also this is about education. We mentioned that we are going to certify various financial literacy programs, and investment literacy is also important, something that we are working on within our association, so that those programs would be available to investors. Exactly. And of course, we are not really forgetting about financial literacy, speaking about product governance and supervision-based systems. Literacy indeed is something complementary. It is the possibility for a person to be educated about the risks that he or she is going to take on. But equally important would be that other stream of improving the ethics and quality of work of those financial institutions. When we have a synergy, then we are good there. We unfortunately have less than 5 minutes of time. Let us come to summing up of what we were discussing today. First of all, how we as the regulator assess the situation. We do believe that product governance is very important. We understand that the global trend is really towards the preliminary assessment of the risks of products, and this would remove many of the misunderstanding and problems afterwards. As any provisional or ad hoc prohibitions and bans, of course, are used by us, but we would be happy not to do that. Should we have, for example, some good preliminary assessment of the risks of a product and be guided by that. And we had actually that little survey, and we have the 2 most popular answers, and those were who should be responsible, that is the SRO and all of the above. This is something that we are going to really take into account when we are going to discuss the consultative report on product governance with the marketplace. We are planning to issue such a report in the Bank of Russia on that subject, but that report on product governance would be based on the guidelines that Maria was talking about. That is on international experience, but also on the Russian experience and the results of our discussion. Colleagues, if I may, I'll just want to call a few questions from the audience. The first question is to the regulator, that is to myself. Don't you think that as a result you would have an impact on competition? All the products are going to be very much alike and too standardized. Well, I don't think that there is such a risk, because you will be able to compare the products, and I mean the amateurs will be able to compare those products, and the result should be actually the opposite. It's not that as the result of product governance we're going to have the same products everywhere. No, that is not the case. And the second question is to Vasily about the responsibility in terms of the SRO for the violation of those standard documents. For example, you would be looking through a document, the guidance for the investors, and you see some violations there. What do you do? Well, that's a very simple practice. We do have what we call a disciplinary committee that would review such documents, and there we may impose a penalty penalty for any breaches of the standards of writing in that document, or we may really exclude the member from our association. And I have another question to Maria Lucia. Actually, two, but they are very short. First, Andrei was talking or Vasily maybe, it was important for the product assessment to be very quick, and this is true, because if it takes like months, it may really negatively affect the competition in the market. How much time does it take in the Bank of Portugal to assess a product when you more or less, when such a proposal is sent by a financial institution? This is question one.
Very brief, I would cite that we have a very close dialogue with the financial institutions and financial associations. Anytime an institution wants to bring a new product to the market with different features, they come to us. Then we try to act upstream of the selling process. Then it tends to be pretty quick. But that is related with the close dialogue we have with institutions. But there is no predefined time. Very often it may take more than 1 month, but it depends. It's very flexible. And what I would emphasize is the importance of very close dialogue between supervisory authority, the regulator, and financial institution.
Okay. Thank you very much. На самом деле я помню, что во многих случаях.
Well, I do remember that in many cases it takes only 5 to 7 days, as far as I remember. This is a very short period of time for decision making. I'm sorry, friends, but we are running out of time. Really, I would not be fair not to thank our esteemed speakers for their contribution to our discussion. Thank you very much. And indeed, this is something that would help us to really manage our work with product governance in Russia much better. Thank you very much. And most importantly, stay healthy. Stay healthy, you and your relatives and friends.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good morning, friends.
Очень важную секцию,
Today we have a very important session, emerging areas of consumer and investor rights protection, a more consumer-oriented approach for financial organizations. My name is Evgenia Lazareva. I will moderate today's session. I represent the All-Russian People's Front for Borrowers' Rights, and I hope you'll find my expertise useful, but today we have an exclusive panel. We'll have a 360-degree overview of consumer rights. Today we have offline and online representatives of the Russian Parliament. Anatoly Aksakov, who represents the Committee on Financial Markets. And we'll also have Pasquale Monafo, who is the head of international relations of the Italian Committee and Exchange Commission. And he also represents the dedicated consumer protection group. And we also have Andrei Larkin, who is head of Ingostrak Insurance Company, and the head of consumer protection at the Central Bank of Russia. Please welcome Mikhail Mamuta. So we have a multifaceted overview of this topic today. So what are we going to talk about? So what are the issues that our consumers facing? The pandemic has been a huge challenge for both the financial institutions and consumers. What do we need to do to make sure that our consumers are safe and that they can protect their rights? What are their expectations? What is the vision of the business community for the future of consumer protection? So I'd like to give the floor first of all to our international speaker. We would like to tap into international experience because, you know, they've been working with financial markets for hundreds of years, and we had a pause for 70 years when we had communism. So the pandemic has definitely accelerated some of the processes in terms of consumer protection, and we are also streamlining our legislation. So new technology, new challenges, but regardless of what's happening here in Russia, we'd like to know what is happening in Europe. So I'd like to give the floor to Pasquale Monafo. It's a great pleasure to give the first floor of this session to this wonderful expert. Over to you.
Pasquale?
Hello? Yep. Siendo Breutra, спасибо за возможность.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to visit this conference.
It was understandable to some extent. I would very much like to learn Russian. It's something that is mentioned in the to-do list for my second life. I'm really honored to be part of this session and eager to bring you some insights about the European context and of the Italian market in particular. My name is Pasquale Monafo. I work in the International Relations Office at CONSOB, the Italian Financial Markets Authority, and I'm also the chair of the IOSCO Committee 8 on Retail Investors. Needless to say, the opinions expressed are only mine and do not necessarily represent the view of CONSOB. I'm not using slides today, conscious of the tight schedule of the conference. I will try to be as much clear and concise as possible. Some background documents are at the disposal of everyone interested in. Just to give you some of this background, as you know, Italy is part of the European Union, and as such, we share the structure of the financial market, the legislative framework, the challenges and the solution with the other countries. The European Commission aims to promote transparency and consumer protection in the area of retail financial services. Consumers should be able to make well-informed decisions about financial products and feel confident that they are adequately protected. The EU has taken a number of measures to promote a competitive and safe retail financial services market in the area. These include improved consumer protection rules for distance marketing of financial services and retail investment products. Broadly speaking, the so-called Markets in Financial Instruments Directive, in its first version of 2004 and the review of 2014, and the packaged retail investment and insurance-based products, the so-called PRIPS regulation, form the basis of the retail distribution in the EU. But we have no time to go in more depth today about this and the concepts like product governance, product intervention, and other measures in this regard. This said, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of societies and economies around the world. Among other things, the pandemic has significantly influenced many financial consumers in terms of their access to and use of personal financial services. In turn, the pandemic has had a significant impact on policymakers and oversight authorities responsible for financial consumer protection and financial inclusion in terms of implementing and monitoring measures to protect and support financial consumers to weather the crisis. Since the onset of the pandemic, in line with the trend observed in recent years, the cases of abusive provision of investment service and abusive practices concerning violation of issuers' regulation, in particular abusive offer of financial products, have increased. So these unauthorized activities are carried out mainly on the web or by phone solicitation and conceals real scams. It is worth mentioning among the abusive offers conducted in 2020 in Italy, those concerning digital tokens issued in the context of a real or fake operation of so-called initial coin offering. In such cases, tokens are offered, allegedly issued through distributed ledger technology and denominated in cryptocurrency, which incorporates rights to receive periodic returns. Tokens with these features can be classified as investments of a financial nature, and then the offer of this would require the publication of the prospectus. The most frequent cases of abusive provision of investment services are represented by trading services offered to users through web platforms on contract for differences, having as underlying currencies, stock market indices, commodities, and increasingly also cryptocurrencies. In the typical scheme, savers are invited to provide their personal data and to pay sums of money by wire transfers, credit cards, prepaid cards, to open accounts for trading securities on the online platform indicated by the abusive operator. The customer, entangled with the prospect of easy yields in the face of small initial investment, is then invited to pay greater and greater amounts of money and to operate on an account that promises consistent returns over time. Not infrequently, the user is also offered the possibility of using a so-called account manager for the management of the account or some software that operates in an automatic manner. To the investor is then denied the possibility of withdrawing all of part of the sum of money that are present in the account under the most diverse excuses. In addition to the abusive provision of online investment services, proposals for atypical financial investment are gaining ground, including those relating to alleged cryptocurrencies which promise completely out-of-market returns. For the recurring cases on which Consob has published warnings for investor concern, first, self-styled debt collection agency that offer the investor who is victim of fraud the possibility of obtaining a reimbursement of the sum invested, only to then subtract the further sum requested for the service. Second, abusive financial operators who improperly use the name and image of well-known person or influencers to induce investor on promises of easy earnings to adhere to investment proposal. And final, the real scams attempts, mainly operated online, with which fictitious investment opportunities are offered in some way apparently connected to COVID-19, including investment in alleged virtual currency related to the spread of COVID infection, such as, for example, the Corona coin. The abusive operators are often fake companies, or in any case, companies that have or claim to be based in non-European countries, which are apparently located in European countries, but are in fact unreachable. These companies often misrepresent themselves by claiming that they are authorized to operate by European authorities. One of the main national legislative innovations that occurred during 2020 stems from a law which assigned Consob the power to order the internet connection service providers to block the website through which financial products without authorization are offered to the public. This power is also exercised against those who carry out advertising relating to an offer to the public of financial investment made in the absence of a prospectus. This power complements the one Consob obtained since July 2019 in relation to websites through which investment services are offered or illegally provided. Consob can enforce the block of the access to websites through which activities are performing in Italy, of which the illegal nature was ascertained, and so can guarantee greater effectiveness and timeliness of the law enforcement action, and therefore raise the levels of protection for investors. The rapid evolution of the context in which people are called to make economic and financial choices, and the further acceleration of the transformation processes brought about by the outbreak of the pandemic have reproposed the need to strengthen the investor self-protection tools. In particular, it appears crucial to raise Italians' financial knowledge and skills through educational programs that take into account the main factors that drive changes in the reference framework. First of all, sustainability and the digitalization of finance. In Italy, a national committee responsible for the national strategy on financial education was established in 2017, and Consob is a member of this. In 2020, Consob itself refined the educational offer for some segments of the population, differentiating content and language. In this perspective, various educational formats have been developed, based on the approaches of edutainment, which combines training and entertainment, and so-called gamification, which promotes learning through simulation and gaming experience. The issue for more investor education is to the attention of the European Commission, which in its new action plan for capital markets union stresses that member states should promote measures in supporting financial education, in particular in relation to responsible long-term investment. Just a final remark before the end of my intervention. Two important complements of any strategy of protecting financial consumers in the investment service universe are a compliance handling system and an alternative dispute resolution mechanism. At Consob, we set up both in order to fulfill our responsibilities and to take into account any natural dysfunction along the way. Most of the complaints refer to bank intermediaries. The most frequently reported categories of violation are made up of anomalies in investment services and hypotheses of illegal activities. In 2020, we also saw a further consolidation of the role of our arbitrator for financial disputes as an out-of-court dispute resolution body between retail investors and intermediaries authorized to provide investment services. The increase in appeals received, as well as in compensation recognized, and more generally in the activities carried out as a whole, represent a signal in this sense. So I stop here. Sorry for any overrunning. Happy to take questions at the end of the session.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Коллеги, Михаил, возможно, у вас есть
Mikhail, colleagues, maybe you have any questions to Pasquale that you'd like to ask, because what we heard from Pasquale echoes to what we have here today.
To be brief. So thanks a lot for your speech. It's very inspiring and very, I would say, useful for us here in Russia. Maybe one specific question: if you look at the Italian market, what kind of consumer risks, I mean financial consumer risks, you see the most important, let's say top three at this point in time?
The top risks here are fraud and scams, especially with using the digitalization it means that everyone can go to Italian customers from wherever around the world, just to propose some financial investments. So this is the main risk at the moment, because every day we are just blocking internet sites, just proposing this kind of investment. So I would say this is on top of our ranking. So, and yes, also we are dealing with the cryptocurrencies as well. So everything which is not authorized for us, this could be a real problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Это очень откликается, очень откликается. Спасибо большое.
That very much echoes what we have here. Thank you very much, Pasquale. And now let's look at
Среду защиты прав потребителей финансовых
consumer rights protection
законодателя.
from the legislator's point of view.
Последняя сессия принесла очень много
The latest session has yielded a lot of new bills. Over the past 5 to 7 years, consumer rights framework has been strengthened. A lot of bills have been passed, and we are very much fascinated by the efforts of the legislators in the past year. Here we have the new rules for the sale of financial products, the amendment of the retail investors law, and the law that gives the right to the consumers to refuse, to reject any additional add-on services. There have been a lot of initiatives to counter any illegal practice. I'd like to give the floor to Anatoly Aksakov, who is the chairman of the Financial Market Committee at the State Duma, the lower chamber of the Russian Parliament. He will brief us on the latest trends and the latest initiatives. Where are we moving? What are you looking at right now? What are the key areas of focus for you? What's on your radar? Over to you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Во-первых, я хотел бы отметить, что происходящее на
What's happening in the EU markets, and I guess the same is happening in Asia and the US,
на ситуацию в нашей стране.
looks very much similar to what we're seeing in Russia. And well, that's good. It means that we're not unique. It means that we are the same. And definitely the new trends, including in the digital market, have an influence on how professional markets perform and on how illegal markets perform. So we need to sort out what's happening between the legal participants, the bankers, securities professionals, insurance professionals, and we also need to wage a war against illegal operators. A lot has been done in terms of legislation. On the first item, we've passed a law to protect the rights of investors in the retail market. We believe it was a balanced decision. It actually echoed the response of the central bank. Very often, some of our professional participants used to missell and, just to push through some of the complex structured products there to amateurs, amateur investors who are laymen and don't know anything about it. So first of all, we need to help the market to develop, but on the other hand, we need to protect the rights of investors. So we delayed the transition time from April the 1st to October the 1st, and the professional participants drafted their standards, and the central bank provided the feedback. So we're expecting the final draft, and we'll do a pilot run for the non-qualified investors, as they are known. So these are retail investors who are not well versed in financial products. The central bank will now have the right to oblige for professional participants to buy back those complex products if the information has not been disclosed in the proper way. And these financial participants need to disclose all the risks to provide maximum information to the clients on the instruments that are sold by them and sold to these investors. So by passing this law and following central banks' guidance, and once these requirements are published, I hope there will be no more issues with selling those legal products. And I hope it will be a win-win. The pace of growth, the number of clients that have been onboarded in the past year has been enormous, astounding, and would like to keep it because our economy needs long-term money, and these retail investors could bring long-term money for the economy, and that's really good for the professional participants because they have a bigger number of customers, and investors will now be more qualified. They will take more informed decisions, and they will get a high rate of return compared with the benefit, with the deposits offered by credit institutions. But now, on the second item, illegal operators and scamsters, we need to move faster. Just on the final day of our session, of our spring session, we passed a law to block the websites for illegal creditors, for those who install phishing plugins for financial pyramids or Ponzi schemes. You know, that bill sat in the Parliament for 2 years, and we should have done it faster. But I faced some resistance from even state agencies, surprisingly. But finally, it's been passed, and it will take effect, and the central bank will be able to block these websites. And we know that the central bank monitors the situation on a regular basis, and they will be able to block these malicious websites. I welcome the decision by the Bank of Russia to publish information on such malpractices and on any illegal, abusive practices and creditors that would help many of the investors. They will get acquainted with this information and take an informed decision whether they will work with these operators or not. And that also applies to the brokers that offer their services. Actually, the central bank has published this information. They disclosed information about 1900 illegal entities and individuals who offer malicious services. And we need to circulate this information, distribute this as much as possible, so that people are in the loop and they are aware of these malicious actors. We have actually strengthened punishment, both in terms of criminal code and in the administrative code for illegal and malicious actors. So we've been working along all the tracks to protect our people. We also hope that the credit institutions themselves will be able to improve their efficiency, and they will improve their money laundering operations, anti-money laundering operations, AML, CFT, and the new platform, the Know Your Customer, QYC platform, will help many of the companies to deal with such cases.
Well, in providing those financial services, they will no longer be in need to do their own compliance, and hence many of the financial institutions will be able to issue loans to SMEs and households faster, and hence reducing the burden and the relations would also be more agile and effective. So we are kind of like taking broad steps, and we think that the key issue of this interaction between the marketplace and the households and the individuals has been resolved, and we would only need to fine-tune these rules. Regarding the illegal, criminal players in the market, this is something where we need to really work more. We talked about some fake numbers that are used for those fake calls. Unfortunately, this is a widespread practice where criminals are using social engineering to take money from people, and by getting access to personal data of people, they are calling them to get the money. We are also doing something there. We are trying to really introduce some technological capacity and capabilities of the mobile operators to prevent such fake calls. Unfortunately, the legislation would not oblige mobile operators to do it right now, and then hence we prepared a draft law on that, and unfortunately it is still somewhere within the various institutions, kind of like still waiting for approval. And unfortunately we cannot use it right now to protect the money of our people. I hope that the next composition of the parliament would be working more efficiently in trying to provide additional protection. Indeed, this law on blocking the fake numbers, this is something that we have been waiting for quite a long time. Anything which is against the frauds will receive our support. I hope that we're not going to wait another 2 years for the law to really protect us from fake numbers, and unfortunately we do see some waves of those fake calls, and you know that people within a few days managed to really collect almost 4,000 messages from criminals who were using fake calls and numbers, and those were put into the various databases. Of course, there's still an open question. We do have so many informal or illegal participants in the market. Maybe this is something for the Bank of Russia to think about. Thank you, Anatoly. We don't have too much time, but we do have 2 speakers, and we would like really to see what clients that we are caring about. Ingostrak, the insurance company, has had a long history behind, and in terms of providing insurance services to the population, I believe that you worked a lot to offer various service, and the insurance market is really a special area of a special sector of the financial market. Well, we have had questions about the third-party liability for motorists. Now we have various other forms of insurance and services to motorists. There are various questions arising with mis-selling, with people not understanding the benefit of insurance and the essence of various products. How to introduce that knowledge into the population. You are working with the people also amidst the pandemic, and how do you plan to make people happy and long-living? Yes, can you launch my presentation? Thank you.
Благодарю.
Thank you.
Мне кажется, что сейчас вот
I believe that we just mentioned the legal and regulatory initiatives to protect the consumer rights against fraud and against some malicious action.
сейчас немного поговорить.
Now I would like to talk more about how the companies need to do internally so that this dialogue, this debate about consumer rights protection would be less acute and more efficient, so that we can have some direct interaction between the provider of services and the consumer, and so that such relations would be a win-win situation. Well, on the most recent International Insurance Forum 2021, there was an equation of gear formulated which describes the relations with the customers and really provides a look at the current situation with that. So there was some study done before the pandemic and during the pandemic to decide what is needed today. Convenience, that is, a customer needs to get a service from any company, a financial company, an insurance company, using a channel which is more convenient to such a customer. Digital, okay. The customer may choose to go digital and get the service. But that channel should be very comfortable so that the client can operate through the digital channel alone. This is the speed and the comfort of using this digital channel. However, you need to understand that the segmentation of clients is there. Some people prefer digital channels, others, and there's a larger segment of the consumer public that need to be consulted and that want to have some personal consultations with the agents or with the professionals in an office of a company. So for a client, it would be of principled importance, especially for complex products. And we talked about mis-selling here as well. But actually, it refers to the description of a service or product that is offered by a company to the client. There, the client needs to have very high-quality-based information before any decision on the commitment, and the client would have a lot of requests and questions about products, and any company, including an insurance company, should really support and support the client and meet the demands and requests of the client. The product may be very diverse and very complex, but we need also to be able to explain to the client the essence of that product. Now, to understand where the customer is looking for comfort and convenience, where that client wants to interact and with whom, I believe that it is of principal importance to our company to build a very client-focused corporate culture. This is the basics. These are the fundamentals, the introduction of IT technologies, of digital technologies, so that this client focus and the new culture would happen and would work together. In Ingolstadt, in my company, we developed a very clear cycle of this client-centric culture, which really represents the evolving elements of that culture. Feedback comes first. That is what clients think about the products and our services. It's important for us not to stay within our brains and minds, but to be in the brains and minds of our clients. And we need to do some syndicated studies. We have post-sale studies. We need to really be looking at all the stages and phases of a transaction, whether we are right in that particular stage of phase. Then, after we have this feedback, we need to really come up with a single window for our clients, whether it is about complaints or rather praises that we receive on our services. But most importantly, that feedback from the clients, complaints, advice or praise, they should really be heard. And based on such a feedback, we need to take very specific action to change systems, approaches, product lines. This is a very principled point, because sometimes there is a complaint and we more or less tell the clients that we'll come back to you, but there's no coming back in many cases. So the single window opportunity for our clients, it would become our competitive advantage. This feedback should also be part of the analytical blocks in the company, where all such links are demonstrated. In Ingolstadt, we understand and we know what happened during the past week. If we had some complaints from clients, we would be able to establish whether it was some technological fault or something else. We also have the feedback from our call centers, and we have very detailed metrics to establish and assess the quality of our services to clients. And this is information really about the way our clients see our services. However, the customer-centric corporate culture is also about forming and establishing some user experience and consumer paths, if you like, so to see what users want from our products, why this or that product is comfortable or not, and we are doing that for our main lines of activity, because we hope that this way we would be able to offer the client what that client wants, rather than what we want. So it's like an end-to-end action plan. As soon as you have the feedback and then you have the client paths, then you develop initiatives of changes. They are prioritized and they are implemented in systems and teams and in the practices of sales. It is all based on the user experience. And the most important story there, as the outcome of such initiatives, would be information about the way such initiatives were implemented within the corporation. These 6 elements actually establish your corporate culture. When the personnel realizes that we're going from this whole cycle, and then the employees start to come up with proposals based on their personal experience with communicating with the customers and users. And this makes our work better. And as a result, we have a good normal dialogue between the client and the company. They are more or less on the same slate, if you like, and we actually know what the clients want, and we receive that knowledge about the wishes of the client from the minds and the brains of the client. So I think that this is about client focus. Before Mikhail would tell us more about behavior-based supervision, which is also very interesting, I would like to ask you a question. Which of the initiatives using your model is, in your opinion, the most popular for your clients or in your company? For example, an employee reading about feedback from a client and learning the corporate culture actually came up with a proposal which was implemented by the company and which became very important. About the implementations, we have lots of those initiatives and ideas implemented all the time. But two things. To me, it is important to have the feedback, and it is already working. We already see the real wishes of our clients, and also CGMs. This is what we need, and we are looking not at the way you can really establish a process, a service from the point of view of technologies, but we do really try to see how this is going to be convenient to our clients. And we're talking about some not immediate results, but about some prospects. So, all the best with that, and now we come to probably the main thing. Mikhail, you will have to really answer for all of us, and of course you are representing here the service for the protection of the rights of consumers of financial services, and the emergence of that service was really very important for the whole of the financial market, and this is when the whole protection effort and business started to develop. You are reacting to mis-selling. You do see the most relevant issues, and I think that your service is one step ahead because you are collecting information and you have the experience with behavior-based supervision and you have the initiatives, and I think that in your history much has changed. But the question is where we are going and how are we going to meet the future challenges, because there is still this challenge of mis-selling, there is also consulting in the social media, but customers do want to be protected. What are the steps taken by the Bank of Russia, and in your view, in the view of the Bank of Russia, what would be the future development of the consumer rights protection there? Now, in this remaining time that we are left with, I will try to react to what my colleagues mentioned and also provide some comments on the current status in really broad sketches, I would say, and what do we do and where we are focusing on. Indeed, you were right in saying that in recent years we have seen, on top of the classical supervision models and financial stability models, we have seen the emergence of a new type of supervision which is based on the analysis of behavior, where we try to really establish any violation of the rights of consumers of financial services, but also we analyze the potential risks and threats, because we are trying to improve the business processes, policies and practices by removing the inherent causes of potential problems. My colleague said that all companies that are customer-focused are trying to do that by themselves. They are really assessing the usefulness of their products and they are improving their products based on their feedback. This is a classical approach, but it is also a good one, which helps company to meet the demands of the consumer. We are thankful to such companies, and we hope that this is going to be a widespread practice in the market, but we also need to create and provide some incentives from the regulator for the companies to do so and to move together there. And I think that together with the legislator, together with the market and SROs and us as regulator, we can do a lot there. I would like to thank Anatoly actually for our fruitful cooperation. Indeed, we have seen a lot of laws being adopted during the last session of our parliament to ensure the protection of the consumer rights. Anatoly mentioned many of those, but let me comment on how we are going to use such laws based on our analysis of the issues, and such analysis would also help improve our legislation. This is not something that we're taking, out of the blue, but this is based on the analysis of the complaints and our review of the social the media and other feedback. So issue number one, the offering to the customer of an inadequate product or a harmful product to such a customer. And this is usually the mis-selling practice. Say, a person really wants to buy sausages, but the person is sold not sausages but cheese, and actually a rotten piece of cheese. And the seller is claiming that really it is a sausage, not a cheese, but you just don't see that. Now, a couple of years ago, when we started to fight this practice of mis-selling, we really received new tools of stopping mis-selling. That is the buyback requirement that was supported by the Parliament, and since June 11, we do have this practice of forcing the seller to buy back any product that is not to the liking or is not comfortable to the user, to the customer. We now have very specialized, unified rules of sales and rules of interaction between the seller and the buyer to prevent the risk of misinformation. I think in the near term we're going to do that, and I'm talking about some implementation time of about 1 year. We need to see some systemic improvement with the problem of mis-selling. However, this very rough practice of mis-selling would be replaced by a more fine-tuned instrument of lodging. And we are going to fight that again using, say, product governance, something that we discussed here in the studios about an hour ago. And nudging really is about improving the financial literacy and knowledge of customers. This is important, and we also need to have the institutions to improve their ethics. We already issued a number of recommendations to improve the corporate ethics and standards so that the companies would know that the satisfaction of their clients would be the most important KPI, and any breaches and violations of such ethical rules would be really harmful to the directors and managers of companies. Now, secondly, we of course need to make sure that a person would be able to refuse any unnecessary service when receiving some product. Together with the Parliament, we actually decided on more or less end-to-end cooling period. If you, for example, before were able to say no to any voluntary insurance, and now when you were getting a loan, but now you can actually refuse any other service like telemedical services or any other support services, auxiliary services, etc. It is important for the, I'm not saying that those services are not important, but it is important for the consumer to really get this service with much knowledge, and so that it is not kind of be a mandatory package of services when you are getting a loan. Now, then if the institution which was providing a loan would not react to a refusal of the customer from such services, then the association of those institutions would be able to do so and to make the institution to cancel those services, etc. And then, of course, the third point is about the frauds over the internet. 87% of the population of consumers of financial services are using the digital channel as their core channel. So the pandemic was also a strong driver to put people into the digital domain, but risks there are growing. Anatoly mentioned that we are now able to block out of court any websites. But please remember, last year, the Bank of Russia sent out over 7,100 of the requests to block various sites that were phishing, that were offering illegal investment opportunities, etc. So we are there to help people to save money, to avoid any involuntary mistakes. And looking forward, since we need to be really looking forward, we have one important initiative which is still left, and hopefully during the next session of Parliament we would really provide that. This is the right to be heard, so that the financial institutions would be obliged to reply on the claims and requests of the consumer before that claim goes to the regulator. The regulators have to reply to the consumers, and the financial institutions are not obliged yet to do that. So the person cannot exercise his or her most important right to be heard. And because of that, we have the market overloaded with some negative perceptions. And of course, much needs to be done and responded. And hopefully, in this coming fall, we're going to see a solution of that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been an exciting session. We've learned so much new, and we now know how to move forward and where to go. Thank you, colleagues. That's it.
Спасибо, Евгения. Спасибо огромное.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, colleagues.
Нашу работу. И на этой сессии мы постараемся ответить на вопрос,
Today we will
как меняется
talk
бизнес
about the new challenges for brokerage services. We'll talk about new business models. It's always exciting to talk about changes, transformations, and here we're talking about fundamental changes. It's all about scale, it's about the number of clients, the number of participants that offer their brokerage services, and definitely there's been a huge breakthrough. That applies to the number of participants, the quality of the markets. We are in a new era, and we are living under a new reality. And that applies to the digital economy. That's really similar. But there have been some hiccups too. Amid the pandemic, there are also some kind of diseases in the financial markets. The fever that we're currently seeing in the financial market, there's higher volatility. There's been a huge influx of new investors, retail investors, and very often they have their own ideas of the rules of the market. They often think that they know better, and the prices of some of the assets are now detached. Prices are detached from realities.
Ну и структура самого брокерского рынка, конечно.
And the structure of the brokerage market has changed. There's tighter competition. The share of the participants have changed.
И, конечно, тут надо сказать, что то, что мы видим на фондовом...
Mind you, what we're seeing in the stock exchange,
это не только следствие
it's not just
по депозитам.
because there's been a decline in the deposit rates. It's because the brokers have set up the right infrastructure that would appeal to investors, and they offer a host of new services. That's what we're going to talk about today. I'm sure that the transformations in the brokerage market have not yet been finalized, and what we're seeing today will shape the future of the market. That's what we're going to discuss with our participants today. We would like to introduce our panelists. Stanislav Bliznuk,
Банка.
Chairman of the Board at Tinkoff Bank. You're on online. Vladislav Kochetkov, Chairman of Finam. Vladislav is here with us, and Vladimir Potapov, VTB Capital Investment Management, Senior Vice President.
Помимо этого, всегда очень
And also, it's great to benchmark yourself against international experience, and we're proud to have our Chinese representatives. 170 million of retail investors. They've been through ups and downs, and we'll have Zhenzuan Fu, who is head of China Galaxy Xinhua Asset Management. Mr. Fu, I hope you can hear us. We are happy to welcome you. My name is Vladimir Gerasimov, and I am
Очень прошу всех придерживаться
the executive director at Interfax Group. We're pretty much limited in terms of time.
Хотел бы начать со Станислава.
I'd like to start off with Stanislav.
Вот с точки зрения вас как руководителя.
Now, you as the head of a bank with one of the biggest brokerage businesses, what's your view of today's market? Are we in transition? Is it a kind of a temporary, feverish growth, or is it a reality that will stay with us for years to come? Good afternoon, Vladimir. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for this excellent question. We are positive that that's a long-term trend. It's not just some one-time fever that will fade away. The customers will continue using that. We now have a user-friendly alternative to deposits. They can diversify their portfolio to get the rate of return that they need, and they can keep their money safe. There are many platforms. We have a lot of mobile apps up and running, and all these interfaces, they are indeed user-friendly. There are a lot of education programs, training, the clients are getting their first experience based on our portfolio. You can say that we're seeing the right trend. We have 90%, 87% of the customers choose buy and hold. It's not just like swing or day traders. They are long-term investors.
При этом, опять-таки, мы можем заметить тренд, что
There's another trend that we've been observing. People understand that it's a gradual process, incremental learning curve, that 60% have their investment at the level of their monthly salary. So they're just getting this first experience. It's like a trial and error method. So growth of the platforms and growth in their experience will definitely make it more appealing and more successful going forward. We also need to support measures that would incentivize long-term investment. And very often we have incentives, tax incentives. This is the so-called individual investment fund. Individual investment account. So this is the appropriate measure that has to be supported going forward. That comes with tax incentives, with the tax return. And we also need to provide services to our neighbors. We have 2 high-tech exchanges here in Russia, and we're seeing a lot of interest from our neighbors, from CIS countries, and that's another trend that we have to support. We need to find simplified identification procedures, simplified procedure to open an account for CIS people, so that they have access to all the instruments that we currently have here in Russia. Okay, Stanislav, thank you. So, which of the platforms should be used? Is it the Russian or US stocks that they have to choose? What's your strategy? Now, here's our policy. We need to educate our customers. We need to advise them. So our key advice is to diversify the portfolio. There are a lot of venues. About a quarter of our clients keep their money. Sorry, a quarter of the portfolio are Russian stocks. 20% is bonds and mutual investment funds, and half these are US stocks. I think that's quite a natural composition of the portfolio, quite a reasonable one. But we will definitely push our customers to diversify. We have plenty of tools. There are a lot of education training modules, robotic advising programs. It has to be diversified, both from the countries, both in terms of the currencies, in terms of the industries, in terms of fixed income versus equity investments. That's where we're going to invest. And there is a lot of demand from our customers. They need this robo-advisory. You need to study a lot to be a professional investor. You need to, study the performance of the companies. But if you use robo-advisory, where we rely on big data and the preferences of the customers and supply them, feed the right tips to them, that's the trend where we will invest. Thank you. We often hear a reproach, brokers are reproached that investment is too simple, it's too easy, overly easy. Do you think it could be simplified even further, or it should not be done? Well, talking of brokerage services, 3 years ago, everything was available, everyone could have used, but we didn't have too many customers. Like 100,000 customers. What's happening today? There are millions of customers right now. And one of the reasons why we have so many, because it's now so convenient, easy, it's like a native product to you. Really user-friendly. That's one of the proofs that
полезные инструменты обернуть в правильный продукт,
If you turn the right instruments, if you package the right instruments in an appropriate way, that would drive demand. So definitely we will streamline our instruments, our tools, but we will invest heavily into a mobile app. We will have some product features. Just recently, we launched a multi-accounts where you can have several portfolios as part of one app and can take different decisions and pursue different strategies as part of one app. Or auto-tracking. That's something that we will launch soon. If you trust someone else, you can just follow that strategy. And we can now we have the opportunity to trade securities from 7 a.m. and also want to do it on weekends too. So we will add new features, we'll invest into investment programs. We have our social network, a social media called Pulse. We have more than 1 million customers, and that social media, we understand that people have found the right platform where they can interact with their fellow-minded people. They can discuss a strategy, or they can discuss this or that stock or security. But overall, I believe we'll have a trend for smarter research, out-of-the-box solutions based on advisory. We'll just simplify decision-making for the customer. Thank you, Stanislav. We'll go back to the studio. I have a question to Vladislav Kochetkov from Finam. What about pros and amateur investors? We know there's a gap in between, both in terms of the tools they use. How do we make sure that the retail customers are not disappointed, that they don't quit the market? Well, there are 3 negative points I'd like to raise. We'll talk about 12+ million retail customers, and the central bank have been now trying to introduce tools to protect them, but we understand that their actual number is fewer. Just 60% of the accounts have money on them. 40% have money on it. So sometimes we have people who open up so many accounts, and we have record holders, customers with 240 accounts. Usually we try to open 2 accounts. Sometimes it's the ordinary investment one and also the individual investment account to get the tax amount, tax breaks. But overall, 3.5 million retail investors is really great. But I'm really concerned over 2 things. There are wrong stereotypes that new investors have. If you open the TV set, if you switch on your TV, there's a lot of ads about brokerage services. They are more often advertised than beverages or sausages. So the first stereotype that I'm concerned is one-click investment. You don't need to think, just click one button and you'll be happy. That's like advertising gambling. And the stock market seems or appears to be really close to gambling, and we have to fight that. We have to fight that myth and stereotype. And the third one is risk-free capital protection investment. But you don't mention that it's a one-time measure. There are 5,000 caveats to be able to use that. The investors just believe that the stock market is carefree, is risk-free, but there is risk, and any materialization of the risk could lead to a downside. The central bank is concerned about that, but they are using really bizarre methods to fight those myths. So I just call on everyone, on all the stakeholders, to shape the right picture of the stock market. As for how we deal with the markets, we deal with the customers. Basically, that's the same. We invest a lot in automatic tools so that we don't need to increase our costs to cover a broad customer base. Second is loyalty. Everyone needs long-term relationship. People will then pass down their membership to their children, and we also use AI. That's the third trend. Based on the preferences and the data from the customer, we need to find the right set of services and customer satisfaction. That's our key metric. The services we provide need to make them happy. And another area is customer service, support service. Newcomers need to have the support from our investment specialists, and we have several options, like investment consulting. It could be automated, it could be human-based, it could be robo-advisory, it could be auto-tracking. There are several options. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a full range of services, and all of the brokers will be able to offer that full suite of options. And financial health, financial soundness, that's what's called in the West. Banking services are integrated with investment services. It's like a personal investment planning, a more advanced version of that. Now, what's missing? We know that the average account is declining, average account size is declining. So there are a lot of accounts with less than 10,000 rubles, less than $150. It's really hard to help diversify these accounts. There are a lot of investment mutual funds, but they look very much similar. You know, they could be split into 3 groups, and that's it. So there is not so much choice in mutual investment funds. I would like to invite foreign ETFs, and that would definitely bring more opportunities to diversify for the Russian consumers. Definitely we need to support and provide better regulation for Russian ETFs. Should we push customers into passive strategies? No, we shouldn't push anyone anywhere. We just need to find the right mix, the right strategy. Sometimes passive strategy is good in one state of the market, at another stage you would opt for active strategies. That's a chicken and egg story. Very often, index-driven investment are more beneficial, are more profitable. So it's not passive or active. You need to come up with the right mix. What about individual investment accounts with the tax breaks? So where do they fit? Where do they fit in this puzzle? Well, that's been a breakthrough, definitely. Also, the central bank decreased the policy rate. That's helped to bring in a lot of investors. So we have 2 types of these individual investment accounts. Type 1 is the preferable one with the tax breaks, and we could also see the third type, and that could be a alternative to the investment system. So you just need to have the same rules, and you need to keep those rules for a long time, because the financial market, as Mr. Shvetsov says, it's a market that likes trust. It's a market that likes credibility. Now, if you repeal some of the tax breaks, that could disrupt the markets, and that could actually push many of the investors away from the market. And the regulator needs to be very cautious, because, you know, the negative, the downside trends could be really worse than any of the pros from the good measures that you will employ. Okay, colleagues, thank you. Anything else that we can mention? Any of the other services? Thank you. I'd like to start off with the fact that I completely disagree with our colleagues, saying that 3 years ago we had the full range of services and products that our customers need. Well, we had a long-running debate. Everyone tried to choose, well, what's first, chicken or egg? And one colleague said that, some of the products are still missing, so when you have the right set of products, then demand will come. So finally, we've gone through that journey from the Wild West services to the fantastic level of services and product range they currently offer. And actually, that's been copy-pasted in other countries. There are not that many countries that can offer the same quality, the same excellence of service that are on par with us. Now, what's missing? Actually, there are a lot of pieces that are missing, and it could still remain a niche service. Investments are now part of your investment mix, regardless of whether it's micro or macro investment. It's clear today that people will put some of their money into investment products. Will it be like in the US, where it's 80 to 90%? Will it be in Europe with 60%? Or will it be like in Russia with 20 to 40%? Well, let's wait and see. We'll get the answer in the next 3 years. But what's missing? But talking of savings, there are clear things that you must have. You need to have absolute liquidity, 100% liquidity.
К инвестициям и к ликвидности – это те же требования, которые мы предъявляем к нашей...
These are the same requirements as we have to Apple Pay or to our bank card.
Второе, абсолютно точно, что будет и нужно, чтобы...
Second must-have is digital assets.
Друг другу рассказывать про там акции, облигации.
We can talk about bonds, stocks, real estate, but we understand how much time we spend using our smartphones. So how much time do you spend on a smartphone? Usually it's 7 hours on average. So we live in the digital world for 7 hours, and that figure will continue to grow. So if people don't have an opportunity to work with digital assets, they will work with them elsewhere. The brokers don't do that. The brokers won't be able to do that. So we need a kind of a marketplace. So there are some products which could be put on the marketplace. Brokers could become marketplaces. Third,
до сих пор по-разному люди к этому относятся.
Business continuity.
Он все еще, ничего страшного, если приложение не работает.
Well, sometimes people feel it's fine if your mobile app doesn't work, if it freezes. I believe there should be 100% or zero tolerance to such failures. And third, you need to get tax breaks. You need to be able to integrate with lifestyle platforms. You need to have some media support. You need to analyze the big data of the world that we live in. Everyone's been moving there, but we still don't see any systemic approach. We don't see the support for individuals at the level that we should be able to see.
Было сказано, безусловно, про вопросы диверсификации.
So we heard a lot about diversification, advisory, assistance. That's still at the rudimentary level.
Не на уровне, наверное, когда вам присылают, там, вам одобрен кредит, когда вы в этом банке храните сбережения, но все еще, когда люди говорят про big data.
So talk of big data, talk of data arrays, we're still far away from fully relying on AI. Although some of the success stories are there in the market, and the trend towards further personalization, that's there.
Пока с точки зрения возможности лучше понять другого человека, он выигрывает пока против того.
Still, humans are much better in terms of understanding the needs of other humans. That's it. And definitely the top two items are a must-have. That's needed for your survival. So it's complete total liquidity and the full range of services that we should use. There's still not enough not sufficient products.
Успешности. А может быть успешным брокер, который...
About being successful, can a broker be successful, which is also a large retail broker, which is what we have in the market today? Here we probably need to make a distinction between a retail bank and a non-retail bank. We are more or less inviting the actually over 300,000 customers who are not clients of VTB Bank and will never be banks. They are simply using our VTB investment platform and acquiring to do the transactions and to transact from the bank that they are comfortable with and to go back to that bank after a transaction is complete. So the question is, where do you find this client funnel, and who would be the supply of clients to you? It can be a telegram, it could be a search engine like Yandex or Ozone or etc. So lots of sources for your clients. The important thing is whether you have a service. And yes, in terms of services, we have several platforms. That is what Oleg Tinkov did, and we have our platform. But the question is whether this is the point where we stop and as Vladislav said, we need to establish the true number of clients. Indeed, well, I mean, maybe it's 3 to 4 clients. If you want platforms, you have, if you want 15 to 20 such platforms, even the online ones, they still need to evolve and mature to become a story where they would be covering 15 to 20 million customers. And offline, there you need to really distinguish between the brokerage and platforms. There, the game is almost over, as I would believe that with the investment that you need in IT, you might, of course, try to reproduce a VTB investment platform, but this is going to be costly in terms of developers, IT, reliability, etc. But where you can find a good case for offline and competition would be investment consulting. Indeed, there, the offline investment consulting will find a niche. I am sure that it is going to develop. This is a very competitive case, and people would always need to find some advice. This can be some robo-advice, or Tamagotchi if you like, but this is also going to be complemented with human touch. Like I'm still waiting for Olga Buzova, our to try to issue some investment advice, but people would be affected. You would have a neighbor who graduated from an economics or financial university, but this is not the first person that you would turn to, but you may be turning to somebody else, like pop star or somebody. And there, actually, I do see a lot of potential of people who are still thinking, first thinking about their money. They would be also thinking about somebody else's money. Then, with the right service and development, and with the right product range, and we still don't have enough of them, we would be able to provide such services, digital assets, foreign ETFs, etc. And the most important thing is that those need to be liquidity funds that operate on a 24/7 basis. The world is competitive and the world is global. So if we cannot provide good management services to people here, then those assets and investments would be managed elsewhere. Take Forex, for example, which is not to the liking of the Bank of Russia. Let's see how more or less,
под мост торговать, знаете, как раньше были.
what you do when you introduce a full ban on such services,
И, по крайней мере,
you can create a good mall for people to choose the products. I promised an international context, and here China Galaxy is one of the largest investment banks with 10 million clients. And I asked the question to Mr. Fu about the experience of China and of Chinese brokers and what can be inherited here and transplanted here in Russia.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues from the Bank of Russia, participants and audience of the International Financial Congress. The last
好的，我回答一下，刚才您提的这个问题。我们银河证券作为国内比较大的原始的证券公司，服务了大约1000万个客户。我们观察到的变化在于，参与者的年龄和教育背景已经发生了巨大的变化。现在的年轻人参与这个证券市场投资的平均年龄在下降，而且这些人的知识背景比以前的投资者有了很显著的提高。对于互联网的熟悉程度也远超过之前的这几代人。
Modern technologies and services, the standards have changed, and of course,
以前这种
new growth should emerge,
正
and
在
then
逐渐的取代。现在证券公司的最大的变化，
we are
一个是
at a point
参与者的逐步
when
机构化。
we need to be thinking about
虽然我们现在有
two
超过2亿
aspects. First, to really
但是
set up an investor base,
机构投资者的数量
but we also see that
非常显著的
the number of investors today
逐步的增加。另外一个就是产品，
is growing
我们现
and
在
is
已经
many more than before. And the second aspect that we need to be thinking about would be the product range. We are currently trying to
的业务模式，更多的是向投资
to
者
offer to our clients and users a range of services, but also to the institutional investors. We are offering very interesting products.
面临着非常激烈的竞争。
Talking about such products, here, of course, we need to remember that competition is very high. And for a product to be successful, it must withstand the
一只或者两只失败，
and meet the most
就会面临巨大
strict
的
requirements and
融合压力，
be able to scale up. And of course, in
逐渐
this sense, the pressure is high.
甚至退出市场。这是中国资本市场
Market pressure is really high. And in the financial market and the capital market, this pressure is most visible. So this is my answer to you.
另外一个就是，中国资本市场对俄罗斯的鄙视。
Well, regarding the capital market, if you take the case of Russia, then of course the Chinese market has been developing for decades now, and currently this capital market in China is in its active growth phase because we have many users, and we also have many people who have free money to invest. We have many investors that have ample opportunities and capacity to invest. In future, probably over the next 10 years.
上市公司，这是资本市场发展的
Many companies are going to draw from such
逐
an
渐壮
investor
大的
pool.
无产阶级房子的群体和
I should also say that
优
the
质的上市公
prospects
司
for
一定
development
会让这个资
in
本市
this
场
market would be positive to the companies that
我们国内的
will be able to adapt to the processes and to the new trends.
GDP 的占比取得一致性。
And to the companies that would be able to
资本市场
adapt to
这些
the
年发
trends
展
in the Chinese markets and
得到的
abroad.
一个
In the broker market of China and in the bond market of China, we have accumulated such experience, and we hope that together with our
参与
Russian
到
partners,
我们这个资本市场里
we
面
would
的
be able to move on so that they can also take part in the
财富增长，为俄罗
joint
斯的客户
development
创造价
of
值。
the capital market, and we are prepared to generate joint profit and a joint common market to the Russian investors and clients.
Я надеюсь, у нас есть
I hope that we have also linked to China, and I would be able to ask a question to Mr. Fu about how the behavior of private investors has changed during the history of the Chinese market. What has changed in the behavior of the Chinese investors?
发生的变化大概有：第一，经过
Regarding changes, first,
投资者教育，大家
over the many years of
熟悉了
its development,
已经能够接受资本
many
是一个可以创造财
received
富，
good knowledge of the
也
capital
可以
market,
消灭
and
财富的地方。一
many
个错误的
already
标的会让投资者损失惨重。
realized what could be the benefits of such a
这
market.
是第一个变化。第二个
Of
变
course,
化，
investors have become
中国的投资者更加的
more experienced with more skills and
借
knowledge.
助资本市场一夜暴富这种想法的人
Now,
越来越少，
as we
大家都能
go
够接
along
受
to educate
资本市场是
investors,
价值投资、稳健投资的地方，
many
不是一个
start to realize that
也不是一个
capital market generates value. And this is the market where you invest for
投资者逐渐
a
的
longer term,
选择
longer
信赖
horizon.
自己
And investors
投资机构，而不是自己亲自这个下场。
are looking for
这是第三个变化。
some good investment opportunities and not simply using what is available in the market. And we noticed that in the market today we have these three tendencies. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Indeed,
послушать об опыте
it's interesting to learn from the experience of such a large and
многие из тех этапов, которые сейчас
developed market as China, and especially important while we are going along the same phases. Now, coming to the questions from the audience, thank you for the proactive attitudes to our sessions, and indeed a question which I also wanted to take up, and although it is addressed to Vladimir, the thing is that the Bank of Russia wants to introduce some requirements and terms of the consulting programs and consulting services. The question is, how are you going to
Вы знаете, вот такая
adjust to that? Well, this is
недавно на конференции
really a big discussion, and recently during conference, which was organized by ARCO, we were debating this distinction between regulation and the needs and the desire to regulate everything. We think that investment consulting, if you take like program-based investment consulting, then there you might find many difficult points. And of course, I don't see anything bad about being as transparent as possible there for the clients. We already have a number of proper platforms, SROs and other institutions to have these dialogue. We also have some other venues where we can discuss, for example, with the involvement of the St. Petersburg Exchange and the MISEX, where we also hold such discussions. It's proper to find a balance there. As the story with qualified investors shows, generally you can find a balance. And if you take the initial story, we could have really prohibited our investors to make investments abroad. But rather, we now have a story which helps us to educate and to guide, but not to prohibit such initiatives. And if we have the same discussion about this mandatory certification, if you like, of investment consulting programs, then everything is going to be okay. If we only try to introduce a code of behavior without really proper discussions, then it would be the end of the industry. So you need to have many experts to really see what's inside the code. Now, if it is properly done in a format of a discussion, then it is okay. I'm concerned how, for example, we're going to execute the bids of individual clients, what would be the depth of those bids, etc. So we need to have the involvement of the Bank of Russia, of the various organizations, institutions, and the clients, so that we have the mutual trust. Based on the outcome of a recent discussion, I should say that there is such an understanding about the need for such venues. That was a question Vladimir, and the question for Stanislav. Can broker companies in some time would be able to get their main profits not from commission fees, but from additional services of some non-financial nature? Well, you asked the question whether brokers can exist and survive without banks. And this is also a similar question. What we have in Tinkoff, we are building a system of financial services, because we think that when we are offering a full range of services to our clients, lending, saving, etc., then the loyalty of the clients and the trust of our clients to Tinkoff would be growing. So, of course, we would be linking more and more our financial and investment services to an ecosystem. Your question is whether broker companies and brokerages can offer any other services or develop those, not only to offer but also to make money on that. I think yes. For example, they can offer some lending against some collateral of securities, for example. This might be a trend that we may see. They can do that, but there would be a lot of competition for the attention of clients, where clients trust and where clients actually focus, that is where the platform is going to prosper. You need a pop star to advertise that platform, I understand. Okay. And a question to Vladislav in continuation of what we have been discussing about the number of private investors and how many true investors there are there. And out of those 13 million investors, do they all appreciate the fact that they actually entered a market, a financial market? Maybe yes. Well, I mean, against this background of the fight against mis-selling, almost all investors come to the market for a reason. Well, my mother-in-law, who actually lives in a provincial town, just learned that she was an investor because she was the subject to some abuse. And basically, there were cases when people come to get a microloan to really cover the costs before the next wage pay, and then gets a an investment option there, without even knowing that. Now, those who were opening accounts last year or before that, there are some people who really don't know that they actually are now investors. Question to Vladimir about the tools that are missing in the market. What needs to be done so that the range would be broader? How many of those instruments do we need in the market? Look, a simple thing needs to be done. You can ask a question, really, and any new generation and younger people want to be mobile, and and they want to know the answers to the question how much they are worth. So if before your worth was your apartment, your cottage house, your car, etc. So a modern person has a totally different idea of how much he or she is worth. What is your digital capital and NMA in a classical sense? Not tangible assets. And if a platform will be able to provide an answer to all these questions and somehow reach out and provide liquidity, then, in my understanding, human capital is also a capital. Getting a loan for your education in one place where you can calculate your future cash flow, so the system can help you. This is one of the very important needs of a person. You can more or less turn something illiquid into liquid. And look, how many people actually used Gosuslуги, or public services portal? I wanted really to check the virtual value of my real estate and cars, and how you're getting more services. So, if you take people who are asking the question of how much they are worth, then anything that moves people to cover the gap, which is huge today, these are the services that need to be developed. Well, we need to work additionally and legislatively to connect the platforms. Colleagues, for example, are quite active in advancing the platform, which is called the square meter. They can make any apartment, any housing liquid. You can make up a database which helps people to understand how much the apartment costs, and on top of your capital, of your stock, etc. At this particular point in time, not based on cadastral value, and not something that in future, but right now and right there. So this is a connection between the virtual world and your real world. And ETFs can be a solution, because part of those assets can be moved.
Успеть задать вопрос.
I wanted to ask a question to Stanislav. We do have very little time available, but the question is as follows. To analyze, to understand the market, can we analyze the behavior of people and to use this market data? Well, we do have a lot of data available for analysis, and we have a good analysis of that. We have the Tinkoff Corona Index when we are trying to demonstrate some available analytics. Question about whether the activity of clients in broker accounts be somehow analyzed and are offered for as a product for consulting, and of course we are receiving such requests, but currently we are not prepared to do that. One of the reasons is that this tool is not fit for our banking services. Just to do some analytics of how much milk costs in which particular region, and etc. But coming up with a package of services is something that we are still not able to do. So for brokerage, this is something theoretically possible, but this is only would be possible in real terms after we can find this amortization. Well, we do have this Corona Index, which really was showing what was happening in the markets of Russia. Thank you very much, and unfortunately we are out of time, although we have not exhausted the subject, but we will have time and place to talk more about this. I thank all the participants in this session, especially I'm thankful to Mr. Fu for providing his time and effort to share his views about the Chinese market, and we also learned a lot about the Russian market. Thank you to the audience for the
Уважаемые друзья,
Friends, good afternoon.
сессию, которая
We're beginning our
посвящена
session
развитию негосударственного
on
пенсионного обеспечения.
non-government pension funds. I believe it's a very relevant topic, not just for Russia, but for other countries too.
Демографической ситуации,
We've been observing changes in demographics, in behavioral models.
какой-то долгосрочной стратегии.
Currently, consumers no longer care about any long-term strategies, including in terms of their financial benefits. They're more focused on the short term. They try to adapt quickly to the new realities, and that's a major challenge for people and for the pension funds themselves. The structure of the pension funds has been established was established a long time ago and is a solution to the previous realities. That structure reflects the role of the employers, the role of the governments, the role of the citizens, the role of the financial institutions. So that's a model established a couple of decades ago. Does it fit modern realities? Does it Can it match modern challenges? Can it adapt to the changes in the macroeconomics? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm sure it's going to be an exciting debate, and let me introduce all the speakers. Mr. Chistuchin from the Bank of Russia. We also have Alexei Moiseev, who's Deputy Minister of Finance. We also have Galina Morozova from Region Corporate Group. They have a lot of pension funds. We usually associate the pension fund with several big names. Well, this is a strong player that brings together a lot of funds, and we're interested in your position. And Dariusz Stanko is online with us. You can see him. So I'd like to thank the engineers for setting up this video link. He will share Poland's perspective. He'll talk about what's happening around the world, and we'll compare the risks and the solutions.
соседней к нам стране происходит. И у нас возможность подключения других участников. У нас Александр Зарецкий, Сбербанк, возможно.
The representative of the pension fund of Sberbank.
Каждый из вас может из наших зрителей
And again, we can receive questions from the audience.
Постараюсь, если время будет позволять.
If there's time, I'll try to put those questions to our speakers, but before I give the floor to our panelists, I'd like to give you some background info. I do have a background with a lot of figures, but I don't want to mention all of them.
И успеха разных пенсионных систем, элементов пенсионной системы. Это государственное пенсионное обеспечение, обязательное пенсионное.
We usually have the government and non-government pension funds. We have corporate programs, we have individual programs, but to be honest, this system is in crisis. This framework is in crisis. Because incomes, household incomes are not growing. And actually, they are declining. And that means that all people cannot invest in their future pension. And they definitely put more money into the consumer habits here and now, rather than to postpone their money, putting it in their savings. Corporate programs have slowed down. That's due to the current macroeconomic situation. Major corporates choose something else rather than corporate pension funds, and so the money that they allocate could have been bigger. And government pension funds is also stagnating. Employers' contributions exist, but the investment part has been frozen, maybe frozen forever. What could be another option? What other options there could be to stimulate individual contributions? We don't know yet. And the government pension fund is also struggling because of the demographic changes. You know, if pensions alone cannot be the source of your income when you retire, because it's really low. So what can the government do to overcome these negative trends? And again, it does not apply to Russia only. So we'll ask the participants of the pension fund market, we'll ask the representatives of the government what their solutions could be, and again, what could be done to add value to the product that we sell to the market. What are the consumers' expectations? How do we assess the efforts that have been taken in the past? Have they stabilized the situation? Could we now introduce some more liberal regulation in the market? And what other incentives could be added? So, first of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Chustyukhin from the Central Bank. A lot has been done, we know. The quality has improved over time compared with what we saw a couple of years ago. Is that enough to say safely that the market has matured, it's a grown-up market, and you can introduce a more liberal regulation? You as a mega regulator, what can you introduce in terms of incentives to bring more money to the pension funds? Thank you so much. Mr. Berakov, colleagues, this is what I will start with. In 2013, one regulator was set up, one mega regulator. At that time, the pension fund was put on the radar of the central bank, and there were a lot of issues that remained outstanding. And for the first 7 years, we worked hard to secure resilience for the pension funds. We realized that we need to build confidence and trust to the pension fund so that corporates and individuals view this as an efficient market tool.
Социальных инструментов, пенсионных инструментов, которые позволили бы людям финансово комфортно находиться в период старости.
Positive that they could rely on these pension funds to live quite a wealthy life when they retire. Currently, most of the pension funds are big, resilient players, and they view their business not just as pension funds, not just as a cheap asset for their own interests elsewhere, for their business interests, or for the interests of their beneficiaries. Currently, these pension funds are viewed as the opportunity for existing or future retirees to earn some money and to provide some kind of cushion when they retire. So there is stability, true, but we haven't seen any major inflow of individuals or assets to the pension funds. And that applies to government funds and non-government funds.
Пенсионное страхование начало стагнировать.
The government funds started stagnating in 2013 when the freeze was introduced, and the non-government funds sometimes does show some signs of growth, but we haven't seen any steady growth, unfortunately. You're right when you said that big role has to be played by the corporates, and they have other priorities. They channel their money elsewhere, and people do not always, not often actually, choose their pension programs as elements of their future savings, and that has a long-term negative effect. So the long-term funding is not yet there, and the pension funds cannot contribute to that at the moment. This is why time has come when we have to be looking for other tools to make sure we move this market to a new level, to a new step, to a new stage. I'm sure some of my colleagues will outline the list of these tools. First, we have to transform the pension fund, the government pension fund. We believe that people have to have this choice. They need to view this money as their own property, something that they would be able to use and cash out when they retire. We also need to provide a level playing field between in terms of regulation, in terms of between government pension funds and non-government pension funds, and any other long-term savings. In terms of tax breaks, for example, historically, the pension fund is worse than some other segments of the financial market in terms of the tax breaks. The issue of guarantees has to be set up. It does exist for the government pension funds, but it doesn't exist for the non-government pension funds. We don't have any differences with the private market participants on this. The only caveat is we believe that the quality of funds today is that we don't need any extra exam to enter this market. That's what we had in 2013. Currently, we have a strong supervision over these funds by the central bank. We believe that these funds could enter this new framework automatically without any exams, and it's not the full amount that will be guaranteed, that will be secured, up to 1,400,000 rubles, just like the deposit insurance fund. We know what are the average savings of our people. So 1,400,000 rubles. These are the basic rules. And we'll also set up a fund, non-government one, and it will be run by the dedicated agency, and all of the funds will make their contributions to this bigger fund, bigger foundation. I hope that next year it will start its operations, and it will boost confidence to the non-government pension fund system. We need to eradicate regulatory arbitrage. Now, if you use not the government pension funds, you have a 5-year horizon. It doesn't have horizon within which the government pension funds don't need to demonstrate any profit. And that should be applied to non-government funds too, so they need to have leeway to be flexible. We took that decision a couple of years ago, and we hope that that would increase the duration of the assets that the funds keep as part of their portfolio. And we didn't actually succeed. It's like 50-50. Duration increased, but not that much, which means that no single tool can address these issues. There needs to be more tools. We need to provide for steady economic growth. There need to be some macroeconomic changes too. Overall, the key takeaway is that we will see changes. We will end up in a more positive macroeconomic situation. We'll have higher GDP growth. Our incomes will start growing. But by that point, the infrastructure will be ready, and the financial market players need to be prepared. And once that happens, we need to have the right pension programs in place. We need to create the right infrastructure. It needs to be operational by then in terms of asset management, and the excellence, the quality of management has to be really on par. And currently, they have much more sophisticated investment strategies compared to what they had before. And that, I hope, would improve this system, and that would also provide a better safety net for our people through higher investments, higher savings. That's it from me. And now I'd like to ask our audience. We will run a poll, and I'd like to ask you to vote. So we heard tax breaks or tax incentives, and this is extremely important. I'm a great proponent of tax incentives as a tool that defines behavior of consumers, whether you buy this product or not, whether you enter a program or not. There is a sizable fiscal effect.
И в краткосрочной, и уж тем более в долгосрочной перспективе, то это серьезным стимулом является.
And it could be a major incentive. We can rely on the experience of the US.
Не скажу, что главным.
It's maybe not the key one, but it's a key driver. I understand we have different traditions, we have different mentality and attitude to taxes, there's differences in savings and consumer habits. I understand that. We also have the representatives of the finance ministry. We'll ask them. So, for example, if we had 6% incentive from the salary, would you save that money for your retirement? Yes or no? This is important.
Достаточно снисходительно относятся, потому что не верят в то, что эта позиция.
There are a lot of proponents, but it's very often criticized because people say that experts say that ordinary people would not use this tax break. So let's ask ordinary people. So just one question to you, Mr. Chistikov. This change of the traditional paradigm, we are now moving to a sharing economy, which would drastically change the people's mentality, live here and now or save for tomorrow. That's currently the drift that we're seeing, the drift towards live here and now. Will the classic pension fund framework survive in the classic sense, where maybe pension will no longer remain as an element of the safety net? There will maybe something else will come. Well, now you raised a very fundamental issue. There are fundamental social, behavioral changes, psychological changes in our mentality. I don't think that they have happened, that they've been finalized, so to speak, that they have really happened. The role models are important. Practical examples are important. If the government increases pensions every year by 15%, for example, then perhaps people will not want to save money for the future. So I'm just saying, if then, so if that happens over 10 years, then that behavior model would register in our minds. And for the pension fund, the key efficiency criteria, the key KPI is the level of satisfaction of the retirees. So these retirees get some regular payments, and if that add-on that they get from the non-pension fund, if that is really good, if it's fatty, then that would definitely change the mentality. We still have this herd mentality. We still look at other people. We still look at whether something is successful elsewhere. If it's a success story, it's going to be upscaled. Thank you. And now, it's a pleasure to give the floor to Galina Morozova from Region. So, we also need to raise the issue of the quality of the markets. The central bank said that they actually praised the markets for their quality compared to what we used to see, but some of the audience say that this industry seems to have struck a dead end. It's like in a stalemate right now. What needs to be done to overchange the situation? Is it because the economy is not mature, the market is not mature? What can you offer your customers? What is your competitive edge versus other market players? What could be that bait or that hook that could invite more customers and drive growth in this segment? Well, you say it's in a crisis. No, it's not in a crisis. I disagree. In the past 10 years, the pension fund has been growing in there has been explosive growth. But over the past years, it's just added 100, 200 billion. It's a more stable situation. In terms of maturity, in terms of conditioning market participants, in terms of risk profiles, we've really improved, and we now know how to work with a lot of customers, how to provide all these services. And pension funds were one of the first that went online in terms of informing their clients. Perhaps we were even ahead of some of the banks. But recently, yes, indeed, we haven't been growing. And there are several reasons. The economy is changing. Pension funds were invented like 1956. And that's been there ever since, according to those models. We are a monoproduct factory, as it's known. And you just have one product. You make your contribution, you'll get your retirement benefits in 50 years' time. But we have a new generation of people with new needs, and they don't really want to run around between and choose between deposits, insurance, banks, pension funds. So when you stop using a product somewhere, you lose out. So one of the issues is the fact that we are a monoproduct thing. The second one is that the tax breaks that were introduced, as you said, they haven't changed for about, well, since 2003 or 2005. Everything has changed. The market has changed. Inflation has changed. We have individual investment accounts. They're much shorter term.
With higher risks to clients, but still there. They are not better or worse, but they are there. They are for a particular age, for a particular life cycle. But pension products do have this tax credit of 120,000 rubles, which was adopted a long time ago, together with the other financial products, but nothing changes there to really alter that limit. Well, we developed a number of proposals last year, which we submitted to the Bank of Russia, and the Bank of Russia really supported us there. Say the law on guarantees and the market supported that because we think that the long-term saving should receive a signal from the state that your money is guaranteed to be safe, and that law was developed with the help of the market. Then the mandatory pension insurance, something that was the key driver of growth today. This is also the key driver of some reduced activity in this market. Why? Because it is construed in a way that contributions are decreasing there, and the clients cannot really pay more into those accounts. Well, I mean, you don't have any contract for such an account, just the mandatory accounts that were opened in line of your job. But so I think that we need to really make sure that those accounts, those pension insurance accounts, can be paid into by the people. It is not really a deposit, although the people who are living to this one-off payment, they're happy with that. So they say it's like a 7% contribution. Let us stay there, and you will be getting this one-off payment. Now, coming back to your question, I don't think that well, not even with the current generation. I think the pension plan that would really support some regular payments, but not when you are 40 or 50, but when you are 70 or 80 or even 90 years, and this is important. And you don't want to think at that age of where to invest there. You need to be paid on the 3rd of every month as pension. So a change is needed there. So we need to transform this mandatory pension insurance in a way that customers can pay additionally into their accounts. And the savings that there are there under this mandatory insurance, they should be used as a startup capital into a voluntary pension scheme with people contributing more if they like and wish. But you will need also to have broader opportunities to use this money. If you have some difficulties in your life, maybe you can use some of that money, but that would be like a standard pension scheme that would be regulated and controlled by the state. Second, we think that voluntary individual pension plans should also be supported. I mentioned that the tax credits are not as high as would have been or can be, and we do believe that the product line should be augmented to provide for individual investment pension plans. Is it going to be 3 as investment, or is it going to be, as the community suggested, just a pension plan? This is not so important, although I really want it to be universal across the community, but we think that we may then attract the younger generation. People who don't really think about what is going to happen in, say, 30 or 40 years. Maybe they are looking forward into the next 5 or 10 years, but not 30 or 40 years. They really don't believe that they can live until 60. They may live until 40, but they're not thinking about what is going to happen after they turn 60. So maybe a new product would really support the pension market and the financial market in general in that. Also, it would be quite essential for our product line to introduce family pension plans. The product today is as follows. I'm the contributor and you are a participant in my plan, or vice versa, but then we are married, I am not employed, but you cannot take care of me because I'm not a contributor to your pension plan. But when you have a family plan, when you actually contribute for yourself and for your family members with proper tax credits, I think this would be a boost. It's a niche product, yes, but still it is quite popular and widespread in other countries. Third, corporate pension plans. I totally agree that of late they have not been evolving, but the reason for that is that most of the employers have organized their pension programs for their employees quite a long time ago. And the boosting the growth of such programs and plans was back then. Well, they continue even today, but there's no any explosion in the growth of such plans, just because they are business as usual now. But we already have good competence and good experience in building such programs in terms of even human resource management, to retain personnel, to develop personnel, and pension plans are a good tool in such HR management techniques. Now, we are also talking about such programs for a longer term. This is not for a year or 3. I have some clients who have been running such programs for 15 years now, which means that the employer need to have an infrastructure that would really be supportive of such programs for a long time. Usually, this is true of big companies, of big institutions, but we are missing there the SMEs. Now, we may be thinking about a broader product range in terms of using international experience in a way that if your employees are contributing to a pension fund, then I, as an employer, would be able to contribute to that same plan and use tax credits, but without my own individual system there. Probably the SMEs don't want really to be responsible for choosing a pension fund. Or say a small company doesn't want to really choose a pension fund and be responsible to its employees. SMEs would rather be using from a ready-made product for that. The international experience, but also our Russian experience shows that we can do that. We used to have the co-financing at a time for the mandatory pension support and insurance, and the employers were able to co-finance such mandatory pension schemes for their employees without really committing themselves to a specialized program. And also, we think that if you take again this mono-product line of our pension schemes, we really want to go away from that and offer a range of services, and perhaps we can be provided with an opportunity just like the one that banks and insurance companies have, and improve our product lines with associated services like telemedicine and accident insurance, if you like. It may be
это именно делает продукт более востребованным, понятным.
Services to care for the sick, etc. So these clients may be receiving a full package of such services on top of their pension scheme. And of course, what the Bank of Russia mentioned in its reports, we would like to follow the opportunity of one corporate getting a number of licenses, so like pension fund, like an insurance company, etc. And then we can offer a full set of services to our clients that are required by our clients at different stages of his or her life. Thank you. And we have Alexei here, Deputy Minister of Finance, who is in charge of, in the Ministry of Finance, of financial market regulation. And of course, the pension market, the pension funds market, and is part of the financial market. And we first discussed the effect and the impact of the macroeconomic trends on the financial market and on the pension funds, whether those changes really have some effect on that. Maybe we don't see much positive there, but the discussion was about the competition between the pension funds and other professional players, the competition for clients, so that clients become members of various services, and the competition for the money of such clients. We are suggesting, as a way out, to use some pension payouts would be made in the future. But the question is whether this idea that pension insurance is an instrument of saving that would prevent you from this temptation to spend. This would help you spend this money in future, when you no longer are going to have a good, stable income, but you would be spending it in a phased way. Or maybe it is going to be an instrument that is less encumbered with terms and conditions, and then you can maybe withdraw your money from your pension scheme and put it into a different asset. And the question is whether you really need to level out the pension products with the other products. Logically, yes, and we need to have a level playing field for all the products, but the nature of all those products is different, and sometimes we need to come up with a solution of that. Really, we have known each other with Alexei for a long time, so I would say that the nature of our relations and the sincerity in our relations made it possible for us to speak frankly, and I hope that he would be frank enough even here in this session. So the question is rather philosophical, but the question is also very important to provide a specific answer. How do you, in terms of the tax incentives and the incentives of long-term investment, and rather I would like to have your opinion about the nature and classification of such products. Thank you very much, and I fully share your opinion of our relationships, and indeed I would like and would hope to be very frank, but some of the philosophical points in the context of what you were discussing. First, whether we need to protect a person from himself or herself, indeed. Obviously, yes, and possibly, but there are also other mechanisms of doing that. Some people who are of older age would remember those prohibition campaigns in the Soviet Union when vodka was only available after, I think, 11 a.m. Does this mean that, people were not trying to get a drink before 11 a.m.? No, they were looking for other ways. But those who didn't drink in the morning, they didn't continue to drink either otherwise. And of course, the collective investment schemes may not be very popular in some other countries, but personal saving schemes are important. People are saving money for themselves and for their future. And people are not limited by the prohibitions that were introduced. Understandably, the correct governance of pension schemes and the saving element would be of much help. If I have some money that I would like to save for my retirement age, then of course I would like to invest that. I may lose that, but I would be very frugal and conscious about that, and would probably invest in some securities and would get some reasonable return on that, so that it would not be affected by inflation and would still be valid when I retire. Well, people maybe buy some, cryptocurrency tokens, but they can also lose all the money. But my idea is that the people within a savings pension scheme has the opportunity to somehow automatically make contributions, but also get some tax credit for that and save that money for their retirement. And I think that this automatic contribution, more or less, is one of the important elements. And then you come to a compromise. We tell a person that you are more or less locking your money for some time, but you are getting some benefits from that. And what are those benefits? Those should not only be coming from the state that would perhaps provide some tax concessions or benefits for that, but those should also come from the industry. If you are getting money that would be locked for 20 years and that you can invest, you need to make sure that this risk premium theory, you should be getting a higher return compared to the money that you would only be investing for a month or two. So people, in this sense, this is not like a deposit, like a 3-year deposit would bring you more return than, say, a 6-month deposit. But this should be the trend. So if you're talking about long-term saving, the return should be higher, not only because of the tax benefits, but just because you are investing money for a longer period and with longer maturity. Now, regarding collective investment schemes, I believe that overall individuals who are not professional players in the market should rather be using those collective schemes. Indeed, and this investment activity is something for those who have time for that. It's not like that you would be making your investments after your office hours and before the next soccer game at a beer. Rather, it should be professional. Of course, there should be some regulation there. You may bypass any regulation and you may take a test, but it would not make you a good professional. A person who's getting a driver's license is not really a person whom you would trust, a supercar to run in races. But the same is true for this particular professional activity, because otherwise it's this competence pyramid. When you would have some unconscious competence arising, when people think that they know everything, but they may be hit hard by the lack of knowledge. And this is a big problem indeed that makes governments to take stricter regulations and rules towards such investment. So I'm in favor of collective investment rather than individual investment schemes, and I think that people who are paid more than average today should really be thinking about getting their pensions higher than average, and for that they need to perhaps buy in an investment pension plan. We need to go away from some arbitrary decisions, and we perhaps would be introducing some rules of that. But most importantly is that we used to have some protection that was preventing the development of various pension schemes before, and that was the lack of taxation on the deposits, and that was really one of the key factors. When we introduced such a tax, people were flowing into the financial markets, and then, of course, it should be like free competition between the various classical and new institutions and models, where the state, of course, would play a big role in providing equal terms for that. I believe that we really should be thinking about various mandatory investment pension schemes, whether they are good or not. And we, together with Sergei Shevtsov of the Bank of Russia, and we have discussed that quite at length. And we are thinking about the proper rules for that, which may happen in the near term. So the question now is about whether we're going, not whether we're going to have it, but when we're going to have it. There are many biases there as well in terms of the pension schemes, and Galina Morozov talked about various interesting ideas like family plans, etc. But indeed we need to be putting all of that in order. And the situation is the same when this whole story, when a person is contributing to a pension insurance for another person, those are still not regulated. But this is something that we need to change, including in our taxation. And really, currently we are not preparing anything of that kind, but there is some discussion going on of that. And brokers and unit funds and insurance schemes. Thank you, Alexei. Now I'd like to give the floor to Dariusz Stanko of the private pension division. And Dariusz, I understand that the problem that we are discussing today is not anything peculiar to Russia or specific of Russia. I think this is the headache of many leading economies, that is the competition for clients and incentives for the private investment and pension schemes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I love the Russian language, but I'm not using the Russian language on a daily basis.
Yes, definitely this is the issue, which is the problem for many countries. This is not the country-specific issue. The main issue is how to solve the problem of the retirement. This is one of the reasons why we have the International Organization of Pension Supervisors to collect the experience also from Russia, from the Central Bank of Russia. But I want to focus on Polish experience. So basically, we started the pension system 23 years ago, and there was a belief that if we make people safe in the financial market with the mandatory pension funds, it will give us a lot of additional income. This is a bit complicated story. In the meantime, there was a discussion and delusion that people lost a lot of trust towards the pension funds for different reasons. But I'm saying that because this is a very important factor when we talk about introduction of any additional pension solutions like voluntary pension saving schemes or semi-mandatory like auto-enrollment pension schemes, people need to have trust. So the current situation is that we still have majority of the people are saving with the mandatory or semi-mandatory pension systems. There are like 15 million people and above. We have some corporate pension plans which were introduced long time ago, but they were mainly for those people who enjoyed good salaries and good jobs. It's currently about 4% of those who are saving in the mandatory pensions. We have also possibility to save individually in the retirement accounts. This is again something between 2 and 5% of the main population. And the government decided to introduce in 2018, there was a bill on the corporate pension or employee pension plans, so-called PPK in Polish. And the idea was to use the experience of the countries. So it's not the Polish specific solution. It's something that was borrowed from the United Kingdom, from the experience also of the New Zealand Kiwi Saver, and it's based upon the behavioral pattern that when people are nudged or encouraged to save, usually most of them they do. So the idea was that we will introduce the obligation for the corporations to introduce the pension scheme for everybody who is employed. It was done on staggered basis. There were like 4 main stages. In 2019, the biggest companies with 250 plus employees had to offer the pension plans. Then there were the smaller companies above 50. Then the next wave was companies above 20. And this year it was the remaining companies, including the micro companies and also public companies. So the idea was that about somewhere between 8 and 11 million people might consider saving in this system. It was based upon the opt-out concept, which means we, as the employer, offer you the pension scheme. If you don't say anything, you will continue. You have to explicitly say, no, I'm not interested, thank you, but no thank you, I'm not gonna save. Otherwise, you will be enrolled. Contributions come from 3 parts. The first part is the employee themselves. They can pay somewhere between 2 and 4% of their salary. The employer needs to pay at least 1.5% of salary, but can add up to 4%. From the perspective of the employee, this is the money after the tax, so they actually have to save a little bit more than 2%. From the perspective of the employer, this is the tax deductible cost, so they have some incentive to do that. And also they don't pay social security contributions or taxes on it. And the third source of money is the state, which is paying, I would say, rather symbolic money, because it's like 40 euros as the welcome money, and then about 40 euros, well, let's say 60 euros per year for each year of contributing. The incentive that might be for the people is also that they don't need to think, they just need to say, do you want to be in the system or not? They don't pay taxes on that, capital gain taxes and income taxes later on. And the financial institutions have to offer, of course, they need to meet various criteria, but they have to offer target date funds. So it's something which is adjusted to the age. If I'm going to retire, say, in 2040, this is going to be my fund, which will be probably less aggressive than for somebody who's going to retire in 2050 or 2060.
Darius, I'm very sorry. I have to interrupt you because we have to finalize our discussion, unfortunately, for this interesting discussion. But I want to say that all your ideas and your experience are very similar to all our ideas how we can provide this part of our financial market. So thank you so much for your ideas, for your experience, and for your good speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Я не знаю, нас еще кто-то смотрит или нет, учитывая, что время сессии закончилось.
I hope someone's still watching us. all the questions that were sent by the audience will be handed over to the central bank. Well, one of the questions was, do you use pension schemes yourself, or do you still rely on a government pension that you would enjoy, I guess? And we'll also like to thank all of the panelists, and definitely Dariush, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm sorry so much for interrupting you. Vladimir Chistikhin, Mr. Maisaev, and Galina Morazova, thank you so much once again for this insightful debate. And right on the screen we can see the response to the question, do we need to use tax breaks? The answer is 55% say, indeed, that would incentivize them to save more. And only 19% said no, 25%, a quarter, are undecided. Thank you. I think it was a great discussion. I hope it will be then transformed and translated into a joint
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья,
Colleagues, friends, we are happy to welcome you
на мой взгляд, самых интересных
to one of the most exciting sessions at the International Financial Congress. I would like to thank the Central Bank for organizing this event, for the chance to meet those who set the trends in the Russian financial market, to discuss a whole range of issues. Today we'll talk about collective investment options, and particularly we'll talk about exchange-traded funds and mutual unit funds.
Заметил бы, что, наверное, одним из самых главных изменений
One of the key changes
в течение последних
in the Russian market for the past 2 or 3 years was
операциям на этом
higher growth of retail investors to this segment. That's a major change for the Russian market. The number of retail investors
исчисляется миллионами, и пусть
now numbers millions.
не такие масштабные цифры
I know it's not
других стран.
it doesn't match the scale of other markets, but that's been a critical change for Russia.
Которые нам следует обсудить.
So it's only natural that one of the questions that we will discuss is
розничный инвестор российского
the tools that the instruments that Russian retail investors use. Currently, there's consensus that they mainly focus on brokerage services. About 5 trillion that was at the beginning of the year, and now there's a bigger figure. Maybe Mr. Pronin will say, give us the figures. So about 5 trillion money is set on the brokerage accounts. So collective investment for unqualified investors
чем средства на брокерских счетах. Верно ли это?
Is 4 times lower than that figure. Why?
Новичков российского розничного рынка
Why don't people want to invest in collective investment options?
на этом финансовом рынке?
Maybe they don't have the right knowledge.
Так или иначе, нам кажется, что интерес к индустрии инвестирования со стороны розничных инвесторов выше, и это тем более
be more interested in collective investment options.
О мелких инвесторах идет речь. Мы полагаем, что чем более мелкие
We believe the smaller
тем
the investors,
или тем с большей
the bigger interest they should have towards collective investment. That would be safer. They need to invest in more diversified options.
Собственно говоря, это
And this particular focus
я бы хотел обратить на биржевые фонды. Вот
on
здесь
ETFs.
Феноменальный рост интереса.
There's been phenomenal growth.
Впоследствии поговорить со своими спикерами о том,
And I would like to
интерес
discuss whether it would imply more interest to Russian mutual investment funds, or there's something particular about exchange-traded funds. What's the real driver for the interest towards ETFs? Within 2020, the number of investors
до 1 350 000
increased from 70,000 to 1.3 million. The Russian financial market has never seen such unprecedented growth. The volumes are relatively small, 100 million rubles, but such meteoric rise in the number of investors, that's very impressive. That's the agenda I would like to discuss with Natalia Alimova, that represents Sberbank, and Kirill Pronin from the Sberbank of Russia, and Ivan Chebeska from the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation.
Проголосуете, а в конце нашей сессии мы подведем
But first and foremost, I'd like to run a poll.
3 вопроса, которые бы мы хотели задать аудитории. Что бы вы купили клиенту?
What would you buy for your customers? Is it ETFs or maybe closed unit funds? And the second question, what would you buy for your own portfolio? Or there's another option, another more appealing
дать больше возможностей.
Instrument. And the third question would be about other options.
Сейчас я бы хотел попросить
Right now I'd like to ask Kirill Pronin to share his views. And here's the list of questions I'd like him to address in his intervention. What is the future of ETFs going forward? Are you concerned about deficit of interest towards collective investment options? What incentives should be used to drive more growth, to drive further interest? Do you agree that
инвестиционным фондам на самом деле интерес к институтам коллективного инвестирования, просто биржевые паевые инвестиционные фонды,
interest towards ETFs
которые есть у открытых паевых
symbolizes interest to collective investment funds?
то, наверное, увидели бы гораздо больше, не меньше, по крайней мере, чем к биржевым паевым инвестиционным фондам.
So if the disadvantages of collective investment funds would be removed, would we see more interest to them? Do you also agree that the key challenge of the Russian financial market is the low or limited range of instruments? Now, we have access to foreign instruments, but there is still poor demand for foreign ETFs. We have not really made access to foreign ETFs, so maybe there will be time when foreign ETFs are allowed in the Russian market. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone, including our speaker, Stephen Libby. Hi, Stephen. It's great that you've decided to join this panel, and definitely we are interested in what's happening internationally. I'm sure we'll learn a lot from you about that. But first of all,
о том, что действительно мы в последнее время много говорим
a couple of points on the recent developments. We talk a lot about collective investment, about passive strategies.
Почему? Потому что приходит
Why? Because we are seeing an influx of retail investors.
инвесторов. Мы видим, что неквалифицированному инвестору доступно.
Unqualified investors have access to a broad range of complex structured products, and sometimes they are not ready to take a balanced decision on whether they buy it or not. The risks to value ratio, the consequences, they are just unaware of them. This is why the central bank keeps a close eye on that. Some regulatory measures were introduced, and there's been some restrictions on the sale of complex products, and there's also regulation that would help to protect the rights of retail investors if no proper information has been disclosed about these complex products. I also believe that unqualified investors that just joined the market, those newcomers, they need to have access to collective investment options, mutual funds and ETFs. This is important. On the one hand, ETFs is a new tool. On the other hand, ETFs is an extension of mutual funds. It's a well-regulated fund. And sometimes market participants say it's too well-regulated. There are other options of collective investment, which is trust management options, where you have more freedom, more leeway, more space for market participants. ETFs have enjoyed meteoric growth. The low base effect, definitely, 125 billion, that was the size of assets. But we expect the amount of assets to grow in ETFs, and management companies come out with new services, new products, new mixes in terms of the indexes that are used as underlying instruments for ETFs. But overall, if you compare them with international benchmarks, we can see that Russian ETFs are lower than 1% of GDP, while the average benchmark is 75%. Well, as you can see, there's a lot of room for growth. Another factor is penetration rate. If you look at the number of the owners of investors in closed-end and open-ended funds, you would see that we have 2.5 million who are the owners of ETFs. Yes, the average check size is low, but it means that the investors have been testing those waters. They've been doing some experiments. So it would mean that the amount of assets in ETFs would continue to grow, and the managers are aware of that, and they've been really active in offering new products. Some asset managers launch dozens of new ETF tools.
Необходимо сказать, что да, мы ждем появления на российском рынке.
We also expecting new ETFs in the Russian market, foreign ETFs. Unsponsored listing has to be
У этого явления, как там
approved.
У любого другого, как у любой медали, есть две стороны.
Every coin, just like in a coin, it has two sides. But retail investors would enjoy some benefits from it. They would be able to diversify their portfolios. Not every retail investor today can put together their portfolio. The S&P 500. Some investors have small checks, but buying an ETF is a great tool to diversify your risks. That's pretty obvious. But there's the flip side of the coin. Competition from those ETFs, foreign ETFs, with Russian asset management companies could, have some negative effects. This is why we also need to balance it out. We need to use the golden mean principle. We need to balance out the interests of our investors, our retail investors, and financial market participants. So we still need to come up with some of the rules for this unsponsored listing. One of the key eligibility criteria is having an agreement with a market maker that would provide the liquidity, that would support the volume and the price. Information disclosure about this ETF, about the manager. We believe it will be the same rules that are applied to our own asset managers. That will be the key leaflet, the key prospectus with the most key information for investors, and there will be another criteria rather, minimum number of net assets.
Пока предполагается, что планка отсечения будет на уровне 100 миллиардов
рублей. So it's going to be 100 billion rubles. That's the threshold. We looked at foreign ETFs. We look at the funds that could be allowed. There will be around 500 ETFs. These will be high-quality ETFs, and they're traded at top exchanges. And we'll also have some requirements to jurisdictions where these ETFs are located. There'll be requirements to the indices that are the underlying instruments for these ETFs, and the concentration risk will be limited, just like we apply it to our own funds.
Мы планируем, что мы ограничим
we plan to limit access to synthetic strategies, so we won't have arbitrage.
Таким образом, мы получим на российском рынке те ETF,
So we will only have the ETFs,
в иных юрисдикциях, которые будут
foreign ETFs, that will be top quality, 100% transparent, and meet the interests of Russian investors. It is expected that unsponsored listing will be launched no later than April the 1st, 2022. That's our current plan.
Конечно же, мы должны думать и
It's also important to think of promoting our own ETFs. We believe this is the way forward. It's becoming increasingly popular with Russian investors. There are a couple of areas where we will continue working. Better regulation. Starting from February 2022, dividends will be paid out, and that will increase the appeal together with market participants, including with SROs. We're working hard to improve legislation, improve regulation so that we don't have transit accounts anymore, so that units could be transferred within one day.
Стоимость пая и считается INAV. Соответственно, мы тоже в этом направлении сейчас будем проводить.
These are the areas where we will be working, and I'm sure we'll find win-win solutions. And finally,
да, занял какое-то время.
I know I've taken up a lot of time. Finally, all ETFs can't work on themselves. There should be indexes, and Russian exchanges need to lead in this area. But recently, other providers have stepped in, and they are related with the asset managers. This trend is not just country-specific, it's obvious in other countries. We've been just observing this practice, whether ETFs follow them, but we don't rule out that going forward we will set up regulation for these indexes, which are customized, custom-built for specific ETFs. And the establishment of these indexes is an element of trust management, custody management. You know, they need to apply regulation to conflict of interest, to calculation methodologies, and a number of other areas. The same methodology is now being actively debated in the US and in the EU. These are the trends that we will be seeing going forward. Thank you. Here's what I was puzzled. What made me puzzled? So foreign ETFs that are eligible to enter the Russian market, they will enjoy the same regulation as Russian exchanges. Maybe you should do it in a different way. Maybe you need to align the regulation for Russian exchanges, for Russian ETFs, to international regulation for ETFs in terms of synthetic strategies, etc. I agree that we need to improve our legislation and our regulation to add new capabilities for Russian asset managers, but we need to move in a gradual, incremental way. ETFs are well established, maybe too regulated, but that's a good guarantee for investors that they get a high-quality product that follows the index in a proper way, and the value is maintained. So we need to be moving consistently and incrementally, maybe towards synthetic strategies, but not at the moment. Currently, we believe it's too early. The restrictions I mentioned are not draconian. As I said, according to our estimates, we will have about 500 foreign ETFs in the Russian market. I think it's quite a good range. We'll have a large base of asset managers. I think that's a great step towards the market, a great move forward. In any case, that's good news. It means that it's not just sponsored ETFs that will operate here. We will also have unsponsored listing. That's a great step forward.
Конкуренция российской индустрии коллективных инвестиций не повредит, а российские инвесторы...
The Russian industry will only enjoy from competition, just like Russian retail investors.
Мне кажется, нужно
So that's a benefit for the industry and for the investors.
комфортно, может быть, предоставить ей более убедительные...
What the central bank could also do, in addition, is to provide some incentives.
В том числе по ETF, стимулы для выбора...
Maybe you can incentivize retail customers to choose Russian ETFs.
Ли пойти на такого рода...
And I'll put this question to the Ministry of Finance later. But now I'd like to ask Stephen. Sorry I didn't introduce you at the beginning, but it doesn't mean you're not here. There are 5 of us. We have another panelist who is online. He represents PricewaterhouseCoopers. So, Stephen, what are the key factors behind the growth of ETFs? We've heard that we have actively traded ETFs. What does that mean? Why has that happened? Stephen, over to you. Please share your experience.
Good afternoon. The question that you ask in terms of what trends in the development of ETFs can we talk about today? We did a recent survey in terms of the potential long-term growth of ETFs. And what you can see is that there's significant growth expected. We come from globally approximately over 6 trillion of assets under management in ETFs, and that globally is expected to more than double. So you can see by 2025. So you can see that there's significant interest in this product and expected growth. If you look at that from a European perspective, then in Europe, we're about half in terms of $1.5 trillion today invested in ETFs. And that's, again, expected to likely double by 2025. If you look at capital flows, so really today there's 2 things that are happening in the market. One is that we're seeing, of course, new flows coming in, which is direct investment. But we're also seeing flows where we're having redemptions into active products and, of course, investment into the ETFs. And this is clearly driven by two main things. One is the low cost of the products, of course. And the low cost is in part is because of the requirements, the regulatory requirements under MiFID II, where, of course, for an equivalent product, then investors will need to look to have the lowest cost investment for an equivalent return. But also, there's also the fact that ETFs are significantly used for portfolio construction. And so more and more we see within many of the portfolios, active portfolios within Europe in particular, that we see that ETFs are used for portfolio construction. And this trend is likely to continue. What we saw is through the COVID period is that actually ETFs were used quite extensively. The liquidity in the market was robust, and therefore that will continue to attract investment. And then the last thing in terms of what types of products, in terms of the expectation. So we would expect that there will be demand for continued global as well as domestic equity products. but also fixed income, of course. And then more particularly these days, what is the interest of investors is, of course, in terms of thematic ETFs. And that I think we'll get into further, but that is a whole area around ESG, which is a significant change in our European market, and this will be a driving factor for the development.
Steven, спасибо.
Stephen, thank you. And I believe that we would come back to discuss the international experience. However, I would like to continue discussions with Natalia Limova, and my question is as follows. So I believe that 2021 could be the year when we would find an evidence that retail investors are no less interested in collective investment schemes than the brokers. And am I right or not? And or maybe Kirill that provided us with some fresh numbers to confirm this idea, and that indeed there's almost like an equal number of both. If you're talking about some funded accounts of brokers, maybe they are even ahead of the brokerage services indeed now. So the question is, what is the interest? And this interest is in which? In some open investment funds or some other funds? Is there any danger or risk to ETFs because of the simple access requirement now in place for foreign ETFs? Well, thank you, Alexei, and indeed I welcome all my colleagues and clients as well, and the audience. And indeed, 2020 was already a very good year for collective investment schemes, and we believe that a similar growth would continue this year. Perhaps I would start from your last point. We as Sberbank welcome anything that helps investors, and we are not really scared by that competition, especially in such a cautious form as was described by Kirill. Indeed, we believe that Russian management companies would really bring down their commission fees so that they can offer to their clients not only the funds themselves, but some other schemes like custodian services and trusts, or maybe some portfolios that are construed to meet the demands and horizons of clients and their risk appetites, just like it happened in the developed markets. And we see that in Vanguard and in Schwab, and of course, after the change in regulation, we expect that we can be making money on that, and the investors would benefit from that. We were very much happy when we received the regulation that enabled us to launch such investment funds, and we have more than 10 of those, and we would continue this product line to expand. We now have the ESG fund, and we will have different strategies and indices that will be based on the risk profiles of our clients, but not only purely sector-driven funds. So, in this sense, of course, only the kind of like the interests of the regulator may limit the offering, and of course, for investors, it might be a very clear-cut picture. And it would not depend on your entry point. It would not make a person to be very well versed in various forecasts and other parameters. But regarding ETFs or open funds, then there it has been realized quite a long time ago that we need to actively manage client portfolios. Back in 2012, we had the research done by Vanguard and Schwab of that, and there is such a contribution there, but that Mostly, we're not talking about the alpha investment, but the thing is that the MCs would really adjust the behavior of the client and not allow that client to leave. And in those 10 days of the growth in the market, the people should stay there, and they stay there because of the thanks to the management companies, and they make more money there. So in this sense, there's some difference, but frankly speaking, there's some active investment that can be supported not only within the fund, but also through a mix of those funds. Something that we are trying to do now through our services. There was a question also about now whether the investors into those unit funds would feel more secure than individual investors. I think that's the same. That's like what you expect from active management and your individual investment. And what would make you not to invest yourselves? Well, really, this market awaits some adjustment. It has to adapt and adjust. It happens with some kind of regularity, but who's going to feel more secure? Those who already opted for various unit funds, or those who are making investments by themselves? Do you think that this adaptation of the market would really show the benefit of some collective funds? Well, I think the advantage would be for the management. That is the impact, the managerial impact that would help people to survive through a period and to not to lose money when that a person would make when he or she is leaving the market. And of course, you need to pay for the work of an operation of the managers. And I think that it is one of the chains in that link, or why brokers you were very much more active 2 or 3 years ago, because it actually provided more return to customers. ETFs perhaps carry less commission, and they are an attractive instrument. However, you need to be prepared to stay with ETFs for a long time. One of the mass-scale services offered by Sber is the offer of ETFs through custodies. It's like a Robo-2 option for Russia. Why such an arrangement for the transactions was chosen, or preferable? Well, standalone funds and a mix of the funds, this is something that we offer. And also our clients of brokerage services would be able to more or less play in Lego and in puzzles and use the investment consulting as well. This is more or less like a standard practice now, because you want to choose a good balanced portfolio for a client, which is kind of like adapted to the risk profile and risk appetite of a client. And this is more than one fund, of course, but this can be done through various custodial services. Ivan, my next question is to you. In the Ministry of Finance, what do you think about, well, I mean, I think that actually whatever you do for collective investment would not be enough. That's my view. So what are you doing in the Ministry of Finance? I think it is very important to really rechannel and refocus the money from individual investors and to put such money into the various collective investment schemes. So what would make that option comfortable for people? And I think most efficient would be the solutions that really have a direct impact on costs and return. And of course, this would be one of the key factors to decide and opt for a particular instrument. And without support from the Ministry of Finance and without your tax benefits and concessions, we cannot do, really. And, my question is, what do you think about those sectoral initiatives? For example, about the creation of ESPs and maybe lifting some of the tax burden on various collective investment, and maybe, for example, mandating various functions to the management companies, etc. So what are you doing in the Ministry of Finance to support collective investment? And what do you think about liberalizing the access of foreign funds into the Russian market? We may have some consensus with the Central Bank on that, but what do you think in the Ministry of Finance? Thank you, Kirill, and thank you for organizing the session indeed. This is something which is very close to my heart, and indeed this is one of the most interesting topics to be discussed at our Congress. And I have been waiting for this session for a long time. I am emotionally linked to various collective investment schemes. Some time ago, like 5 years ago, I had some experience to launch a robo-advisor mechanism, and we faced a situation when the ideal construct of a robo-advisor would be more or less like a puzzle out of various passive funds that can be put into the robo-advisor, and that would come up with a portfolio adapted to the needs of a particular client. And this is the classic example of how a robo-advisor works. To explain to the audience, before you became a bureaucrat, you used to work in the financial markets, and you are quite competent in discussing such issues. That's just a point of clarification for the audience. And indeed, what we are witnessing today, a boost in retail investors who first came to the brokerage market, and now they're coming to the collective investment schemes. This is the trend that we would like to support. We, as the Ministry of Finance, want to refocus the attention of those retail investors exactly into this destination. And actually, we discussed the idea that we need to support the very institution of financial assistance, and we talked about robo-advisors, we talked about collective investment. You know that we had a conference with the Ministry of Finance and to discuss various tax issues and benefits. Conceptually speaking, we now understand that one of the key areas of tax incentives would be the ES3 mechanism to be used, and it is now being conceptually developed to be used for all long-term investment. We are saying that we need to decide on what long-term is and what kind of investment would be categorized as a long-term product. Now, this is still a work in progress, and you understand that any tax issues are not easy ones. We are using the taxpayers' money, and we are more or less using this money to incentivize this or that sector. And so it's premature to talk about any final product, but I'm talking rather about some concept of that product and concept of support. Well, regarding the overall access of foreign ETFs to the Russian market, to us, again, this was a very difficult decision to make, because on the one hand, we understand that individuals and clients and professional players and managers, they need to have diversification, global diversification, and they need ETFs with cheap commission fees for that, to invest into and to improve their wealth and value for future. On the other hand, we also realize that for our sector, this means some tough competition. And I'm happy to hear from Natalia that they are not afraid of such competition, that they are prepared to compete fairly with foreign ETFs. This is quite positive, because actually we had our concerns about that. But from the point of view of incentives, if we're talking about incentives of ETFs, and unit funds, then investment into ETFs would not be incentivized really, rather it would be vice versa. And we would be opting for the unit funds. Well, I mean, yes, for unit funds, there may be some tax privileges and some tax concessions, and we might see what is going to happen next year when those options are open. Russian funds then would probably have some preference, not only in terms of direct investment into securities, but they would have also some advantage before the foreign funds, before the foreign ETFs. And maybe this is a well-deserved advantage, but we shall see. Ivan actually mentioned the ES3, and to me and Natalia, I don't know, if I would be happy if you can share your opinion about that. But I think that the key beneficiaries of this institution would not be even brokers, but would be those unit funds. It would be mutual investment funds, and we're talking about creating some life cycle of funds that can attract investors of different age, and they would look very similar to pension products, but still be investment products. Well, the more tax incentives, the better. And indeed, Alexei, I agree with you. The target dates of the strategy over the longer time horizons for this story is something that we all need. But we still continue our discussions, and we will continue to debate that as well, so that we would have the right exit from ES3 on such a long horizon. We should not miss the main demand of clients, what the investors, the people, are going to do with the money, and where they are going to put this additional benefit from tax concessions and tax incentives. On the one hand, we want people to save and to accumulate wealth and to afford more aggressive instruments than those that they get from pension funds. But on the other hand, we need to choose between our licenses, and Sberbank has all those licenses, and we need to find a good balance and mix and harmony between those licenses and options. I think it would be good to really sum up the results of our poll of the audience, the questions that we asked. Maybe you can show us the outcome of the voting. So what would you buy for your client's portfolio? That was the question. Most of the respondents, about 50% of those who responded, chose number 3, opted for number 3, and they would suggest to the client both funds, ETFs and otherwise. And what would you buy for your own portfolio? That was the second question. Well, the answer should be more frank and open, I would say. And that frank answer is that the audience is split exactly half and half, or rather it was like 3 parts. Some would prefer ETFs, others would prefer... Oh, no, sorry, I'm confused. Can I put it back, because I'm confused about the voting. So there was some interest into ETF and mutual investment fund, and others actually wanted to have some other investment in their portfolio. And the third question, the diversification and location, no surprise there. So the third question was, what else is needed to develop some passive investment schemes? Well, indeed, our deliberations here that we need to simplify the access of foreign ETFs to the Russian market was supported by the audience, and 40% of the audience agreed that we need to provide access to foreign ETFs to the Russian market. I think that was the kind of like the essence of that question. Actually, I'm quite surprised by the third kind of like most popular answer, that fiduciary responsibility is very important to the respondents. This is something that we discussed some weeks ago with you. So you're happy about that? Yes. Well, I mean, it is not only the regulator, but also the marketer that believes that fiduciary responsibility and liability is one of the key parameters for the development of the market. And indeed, we need to be sure that we know what we understand by fiduciary responsibility and liability. I think that's perhaps we need to remove any, differences between the attitudes to security managers and unit fund managers, etc. So hopefully such the different approaches would be removed. And then, of course, we would be able to meet the demand from those who are interested in really ensuring some level playing field for all. Can I have a brief comment on what Kirill said? I think that when I was looking at this question, what needs to be done for the markets, and what is important, and what really, whether the investment funds can become the center of gravity, and I think that the answer is yes, they can become. But in terms of market development, it is important not only to have a good product, but also to have diversification and low commission, of course, but also you need to have things like that are less probably tangible to the client and less understandable by the clients, like fiduciary responsibility and ways of selling products. And in many companies, in many professional players, the very system of sales and the very system of incentives, the way they are construed, require a lot of improvement and modernization, so that we can offer to the client something that meets his or her long-term demand. And of course, the cases that we have in the market would not really be very much on that side of the story. But we do want this story of success, so that the funds would become the centers of gravity rather than centers of mis-selling. And I fully agree with you that any of us would really share such thoughts. And I would add here competition, something that is very important. So we talked about competition between the Russian collective investment schemes and the competition between the Russian institutions and foreign institutions, and such competition, of course, would make them care about the interests of the clients in no less degree than their ethical standards, etc. So this is a good incentive for the clients to feel secure and comfortable in this market. So let us evolve our competition. Colleagues, here I would like to adjourn this session, and I would like to thank the speakers here for their thoughts, and thank you on behalf of the audience for